Good evening, everyone. It is June 16th, 2025. This 34th meeting of the 26th Council will come to order. All councilors will be present this evening. A couple councilors are running late due to some traffic issues. We're going to start this evening by a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance in English and in Spanish. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain your parking pass from council staff at a table near the chamber's entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your device or television at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceedings to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause, snapping, or other outbursts during the meeting. This meeting will go a lot smoother if we all respect one another. We're going to begin tonight with proclamations and presentations. We do not have any proclamations this evening, but we will begin with a presentation from Dr. Shel Sanchez, Director of Arts and Culture, who will provide a quarterly update on the Route 66 Centennial. Good evening, Director.
Good evening. Thank you, Counselor. All right. Okay, super. Okay, 3 minutes, 3 slides. Let's see. Here we go. Route 66 Centennial, just in case nobody's been paying attention. It's 6 months away. It starts 2026. So right now, our department is focused on what we're calling an art-fueled road trip. This is 20 stops along Route 66, starting Singing Arrow Open Space all the way to the very top of 9 Mile Hill. That includes the Visitor Center, the Route 66 Visitor Center, but the last stop is just beyond that at the very top of the hill. Okay, we can't fit everything actually on 2 slides, but just to give you a sense of this, this is 18 miles, the first 9 miles or so on the east side of town, and we're going to make a link available for everyone. But you see that we're really trying to focus on having things all along the route. So the Google map has our augmented reality stops. Those are yellow. The revamped signs that we've invested in, those are purple. Mural installations and artworks that are new, those are blue. And then the green is infrastructure and capital. So this map is not actually, some of it's cut off on this particular, there we go, oops. Sorry. Where are we going? There we go. Some of it is cut off, but as you can see, it kind of goes all the way along. I will just read you some of the stops. So augmented reality, we've got at Singing Arrow Community Center, Tallinn Market, the Guild Cinema, 66 Diners, Special Collections Library, 4th and Central intersection, the ABQ Biopark Botanic Garden, Route 66 Visitor Center, and then the very top of 9 Mile Hill at West Central. Murals and new art installations just for this initiative, East Central, Sign, International District, sign in Matucci's Bar Roma Triangle at, the Triangle right there in Nob Hill, UNM Arts Lab at UNM, 505 Food Hall, El Rey, Old Town ART Station, and then infrastructure, and these are projects that have been finished in the last 2 years, real quick. Improvements at the Terrace Open Space, the Farolito Senior Community, Housing, Route 66 Flats, Somos Apartments, Casitos del Camino, International District Park is underway, Rail Trail improvements are starting, the Imperial Metropolitan Redevelopment, Arrive Hotel, Ex Novo, Acequia Madre Open Space, Nuevo Trisco, and then the purchase most recently of the Unser property. Almost got it. All right, so that is what is either completed or well underway, and we're looking forward to a very dynamic centennial, and some of these projects will actually be launching this fall in September or early October.
Thank you, Director. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam President. It's all fine and dandy, but we still have crime all over Albuquerque. There was an actual officer-involved shooting right outside my office on Central this week. A citizen was killed on a bus not a month ago, right down the street. And I'm still seeing 60 to 100 drug deals every single day up and down Central Avenue on the west side of Central. So it all sounds fine and dandy, but we're not doing anything about the crime. So what are you doing to work with the police department and the police chief to get rid of the crime before we have this massive celebration?
Director.
Council President, Councilor Sanchez, the report that we'll be sending you outlines everyone's efforts. This is a very short snapshot on just some of the highlights in terms of where we are. My focus is creative engagement and community engagement. So when people come, and also to the larger community, we have interesting things to do. We have a way to engage them all along the route. That is just one piece of what the administration has been focused on. So we have done a lot of work with public safety, ACS, APD, AFR, and that is outlined more extensively in the full written report. And I am sure that if you would like a report or you would like an update specifically on public safety as it relates to the centennial, I'm happy to do that in my next presentation.
What I'd like to see is police officers doing the job, clearing the streets of the drug dealing. I'd like to see police officers actively being proactive on the streets. We're not seeing that at all on the west side. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen an ACS car in months on end. So I'm not sure where the law enforcement activity is taking place, but it sure isn't happening on West Central at all. With that, we're seeing numerous buildings who have their doors closed. There's a lot of empty buildings up and down Central. Something needs to be looked at. Something needs to be done ASAP. It's something that needs to be looked at, and obviously, I don't think it's being looked at this time. We're doing a lot of things here, except for the most important, and that's taking care of the crime problem up and down Central.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Director, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Next up is our next presentation from our city economist, Christine Berner, who's going to provide us an update on the gross receipts tax.
Councilors, good afternoon. I'd like to preface this by we just got the GRT today, and normally I would have the chance to cross-check with Treasury, in order to make sure the numbers are correct. So this is preliminary, and were you able to get my emailed slide? I sent it over about 30 minutes prior, and that's I don't know if he has time to, but yes, I was just rushing to get something together for you. The analysis isn't complete. However, let me find it. Gross receipts tax based on the 1.225 for April was actually negative. It was 0.3% in the negative, bringing our year-to-date to 2.5% growth for the year. Looking at all business sectors, growth was 0.2%, so basically flat, and it was the loss of hold harmless that pulled us into the negative territory. I can give you a little bit more detail as far as specific sectors go. Construction was actually positive at 4.7%. But when you look at arts, entertainment, and recreation, that was below by 10.6%. Retail trade was negative at 3.8%. And professional, scientific, and technical services, those were negative at 8.5%. And so, as I mentioned, the total business sector growth was 0.2%, and then the 1.225 is negative because of the impact of hold harmless. I can try to answer any questions that you might have, and I'm sorry you didn't get the slides in time.
That's okay. We'll make sure that if they come through, or if you can just send it to all of us too, that'd be great. In all fairness, I can't ever see them anyway with my eyes. So thank you. But I'll look at it later as well. Councilors, any questions or comments? Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam President. You just didn't get the report till just a little while ago. Is that why? That's why we don't have it in front of us. Okay. All right. And so you probably haven't had a whole lot of time to analyze it. And really...
Madam Chair, I do not expect the numbers to change. I really don't, but I don't call them complete or final until I've had a chance to review with Treasury.
Okay. Anything from the questions that we had last month that you could update us on as far as, I know we talked about some of the trends, certainly with retail at a negative, this month. I'm assuming there's some trends there that we could analyze and look at, but do you have anything else from the last month that we were asking about?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, a lot of what I provided to councilors from last questions had to do with Rio Rancho, and we were looking at some comparisons there. Part of what took some time this afternoon was trying to understand what happened in Rio Rancho this month. And if you remember from, I don't know if you share the information that I provide to a single councilor or two. So Rio Rancho, I looked at their budget documents for the year. I looked at their GRT. And what seems to be driving their GRT is construction. It's immense. If I remember correctly, their percentage of GRT is, oh gosh, I don't want to misstate it. It's considerably more than ours. I think ours is about 10% construction. Theirs was more like 30%. I mean, it's huge. And then this month, Rio Rancho was in positive territory. And again, this is preliminary, but their growth this month, from what I can tell, and remember, I'm not an expert in Rio Rancho revenue, right? I'm just going out to the website and looking at what the TRD, or the tax department, is providing. But it looked to have grown 13.2%, the 1.225 in Rio Rancho. And so their year-to-date is around 3.6%. And again, this month, it was construction that drove their revenue. Ours grew 4.7%. In Rio Rancho, it looks to have grown 17% this month. So it's really, and they mentioned this in their budget documents.
And Madam President, so those are some good comparisons. I certainly would like to see multiple months, and because again, we want to see some trends. Certainly in the area of retail and construction, I think the comparisons with a suburb are critical. I think we also talked about some comparisons with other surrounding cities, other areas, other cities that are similar to ours in that way. But also, when it comes to our retail, our construction, looking at some trends over time as well, and just being able to analyze those with a little bit bigger picture there. Are you seeing some trends in retail when it comes to, I mean, is the recent month in the negative a trend from, say, January?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, these things are so up and down. Next month could be a different story, and it often depends on what happened this month last year. And so, as I said, I didn't even look at this month last year to try to figure out, was there some anomaly, was there something happening? I didn't have the time to do that today. And regarding other cities, I mean, The ones in New Mexico, I can look at their GRT. It's a little bit harder to go into other states, you know, with cities that are similar to Albuquerque. I don't have access to as detailed information as I do for folks here. But I can try to continue to put together that information for you.
Yeah, and thank you, Madam President. You'll hold harmless is we're going to have some fluctuations. I mean, that's going to be across the board depending on when, you know, we get paid by the state. I would assume that the retail and construction and some of the other categories, we should be able to see some trends. I mean, we should be able to not only compare it to this month, you know, last year, but also compare it to just how we're performing, you know, the last 6 months, you know, the last 12 months and some of those rates. So, and again, I know you don't have a whole lot of data and analysis on this one, but if you could help us with that, I think that would give us a better picture of what some of those trends are. Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I can certainly just isolate retail, look at it over time, and allow you to see sort of the changes over time. Sure.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered if we could then just defer this presentation till next time so we can have accurate information and accurate things for the community to see. And maybe a process change where you send it to all of the counselors so we don't have, because our team is saying they didn't receive anything. I looked in my email, I didn't receive anything.
Nope.
And so I just want us to be able to look at numbers with the public and have these conversations. This is not transparent. I can't see anything. It's not okay to come with, I just need more. So what can we do, Madam President, so that we can look at this as a group, have actual numbers that we can read and have discussions about them?
Counselor, this is going to be a monthly report that we end up getting from our economists. So being that you just received the information, I think that it will be more accurate and updated. It sounds like once Ms. Berner gets the chance to review it and then send it all to us. I will say, if when appropriate, if just you could send it to all the counselors for information. And sometimes it's not appropriate if you have something directly asked
Madam
by
Chair
a counselor.
and Member Rogers, so every month you'll get a GRT report, and all of you get, all of you should be getting it because I send that out. And then, yes, for today it was last minute preliminary, and I only sent it to Garrett. And so, and I apologize that it was last minute. And so this should be a complete anomaly, correct?
And I understand too, and I get that it happens. I mean, you just got the information. So I completely.
And Madam Chair, I've got another question. So if I get a question from 1 or 2 counselors, my practice has been to send those answers to the specific counselors. If council wishes, I could send those answers to the body. I don't know what the preference is.
If it's here at council with all of us, it would be great if you could just send it to everyone.
Sure.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you. If it's offline and they send you their own email
Sure.
about something else, then I would see that it's completely appropriate to just respond to them.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we will look forward to next month's report.
Thanks. No, I apologize.
We're going to move on to the journal. Councilors, I move approval of the June 2nd journal. There's a second by Madam Vice President. Councilor Feeblecorn is still excused. I know that she is stuck in traffic and still we're expecting her, but for now she's excused. Ms. Enriquez. Oh, I guess we don't have to do that. Never mind. We're here. I took you off guard. All those in favor of approving the journal, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously with an 8-0 vote. Moving on to communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? I'll go ahead and start by moving that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 422 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 422 is an amended and restated stadium lease agreement between the City of Albuquerque and DBH Albuquerque LLC. Is there a second? Second. There's a second from Councilor Grout. This is regarding the Isotope Stadium, just for clarification. Councilors, all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-0 vote. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 424 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 424 is a lease agreement between the City of Albuquerque and Heading Home, a New Mexico nonprofit corporation located at 2040 4th Street Northwest. Second. There's a second from Councilor Grout. Councilors, those in favor for EC 424 being placed on tonight's agenda, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-0 vote. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 425 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 425 is a request authorization of approving 3 social service agreements with Heading Home, the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness, and Safe House to provide additional permanent supportive housing services. There's a second from Madam Vice President. Councilor Feeblecorn did just arrive. Councilors, those in favor of adding EC 425 to tonight's agenda for action, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Councilor Lewis.
Madam President, I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of pulling 085 out of the Finance and Government Operations Committee, placing it on tonight's agenda for action. 085 is creating a new chapter 14, Article 27, the Albuquerque Code of Ordinances, to be known as the Albuquerque Permitting Office.
Second.
There's a second from Councilor Grout. Councilors, those in favor of bringing 085 out of FGO and putting it on tonight's agenda, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of pulling R162 out of the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee and placing on tonight's agenda for action. R162 is approving the amendment to the boundary of the Central Highland Upper Nob Hill Metropolitan Redevelopment Area to include acres, 23 plus acres, approving corresponding amendment to the Central Highland Upper Nob Hill Metropolitan Redevelopment Area.
There's a second from Madam Vice President. Motion for R162 to be placed on tonight's agenda for action. Those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Councilor Grout.
Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R164 on tonight's agenda for action. R164 is concerning a bond election to be held in the city of Albuquerque at the next regular local election on November 4th, 2025, submitting to a vote of the qualified electors at such regular local election certain questions for authorization, the issuance of general obligation bonds in varying principal amounts and for specified public purposes, and providing the form of the bond questions and the designation clause for such questions of the ballot, on the ballot, prescribing other details in connection with such bond election and bonds, and ratifying action previously taken in connection therewith.
There's a motion and a second by Madam Vice President for, hang on, it's on the other page. R164. Councilors, those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Did you get this one? Madam Vice President, are you in favor? Yes, sorry. Thank you. That passes on a 9-0 vote. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R165 on tonight's agenda for action. R165 is relating to the approval of the redevelopment tax abatement on the Sycamore Plaza mixed-use project developed by F&A Development LLC.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Grout. Councilors, those in favor of moving R165, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R166 on tonight's agenda for action. R166 is relating to the approval of a redevelopment tax abatement on the Vassar and Phoenix warehouse development developed by Cornerstone Capital LLC.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Rogers. All those in favor of placing R166 on tonight's agenda, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Councilor Grout.
Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R168 on tonight's agenda for action. R168 is amending the adopted capital improvement program of the City of Albuquerque by approving new projects, supplementing current appropriations, and changing the scope of existing projects.
There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a second by Councilor Feeblecorn. All those in favor of R168 on tonight's agenda, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Second.
There's a motion and multiple seconds from several councilors. Madam Vice President. Councilors, those who are willing to approve the letter of introduction, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Reports of committees is next on the agenda. Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, June 9th, 2025, and reports out the following items. In the matter of O86, R156, R157, and R161, that they do pass. In the matter of O147, R155, and R163, that they do pass and be acted upon at the meeting at which they are reported. In the matter of EC 376, that a receipt be noted. In the matter of O84, that it be without recommendation. And in the matter of EC 401, that it be withdrawn by administration. Make a motion to accept the committee reports.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Sanchez. For the record, I just want to clarify that I believe it's R147, not O147, do pass and be acted upon at the meeting at which they're reported. Counselors, those in favor of approving the committee report, please raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Counselor Feeblecorn?
Madam President, the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee met on Wednesday, June 11th, and reports out the following item. In the matter of R160, that it failed. And make a motion to accept the committee reports.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Rogers. Counselors, all those in favor of accepting the committee report, please raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I make a motion to revive R25-160 and place this item on the August 4th, 2025 council agenda for action. R160 is creating a working group to explore a fixed price disposition program for the sale of city-owned vacant buildings and for lots for housing development.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Feeblecorn. Counselors, all those in favor of reviving R160, raise your hand and say yes. All those opposed, raise your hand and say no. That fails on a 3-6. Counselor Feeblecorn?
Madam President, I don't need to make that motion.
Moving on to deferrals and withdrawals. Counselors, are there any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. For the record, please note that the administration has withdrawn item A, EC 25407, Highway Hotel, 3200 Central Avenue Southeast, right-of-way vacation. Are there any other changes to the consent agenda? For those serving individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are willing to be appointed to serve on a board or a commission, thank you for your willingness to serve. I move approval of the consent agenda. There's a second by Madam Vice President. Those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? That passes 9-0. Announcements tonight, Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. There'll be a local government coordinating commission meeting on Thursday, June 26th at 5 p.m. in the Bernalillo County Ken Sanchez Commission chambers. This will be a hybrid meeting.
Thank you. Any other announcements, councilors? Seeing none, we're moving on to financial instruments. Councilor Baca and Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. This is by request of the administration, 087, authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Albuquerque, New Mexico taxable industrial revenue bonds, Sawmill Belma Properties Project in 3 series, in the maximum principal amount of $227,500,000 to provide funds to acquire, construct, equip, and improve 3 interrelated components within the Sawmill District. 1, the $76,300,000 Sawmill Hotel with an anticipated 115 guest rooms, 10 suites, restaurants, and conference meeting space. 2, $70,400,000 Chaco residences with an anticipated 107 extended stay guest rooms, including 8 suites, wellness areas, restaurants, and conference facilities. And 3, the $80,800,000 Sawmill mixed-use development with an anticipated 140 apartments with entertainment venues, restaurants, and retail space. Authorizing the execution, delivery of indentures, lease agreements, bond purchase agreements, bonds, and other documents in connection with each series of bonds, making certain determinations and findings relating to the bonds and the project, ratifying certain actions taken previously, and repealing all actions inconsistent with this ordinance. And I move a do pass.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Rogers. I know that there are a few people here, I think, tonight to speak on this project. We're going to start with Deputy Director Monica Mitchell.
Actually,
or do we want to start? Well, oh, there he is. I'm sorry. Sorry, Director. I see you online. Good evening, Director Gruner. If you want to go ahead and begin.
Madam President, councilors, thank you so much. I urge your support for this project. As you know, the Sawmill District was formerly considered a blighted area. It is an MRA area district. And it, you know, in some ways, it really is a jewel of Albuquerque, right? It is an exciting, it is a vibrant place. And this further development proposed by the Heritage Group is absolutely going to continue on that path. I want to also point out, councilors, the spillover effect in terms of significant economic development of the Sawmill District to areas like Old Town and downtown cannot be underestimated. So if it pleases the Madam President, Deputy Director is going to present the formal staff analysis. I will close by saying that what we are proposing is one ordinance governing 3 distinct IRBs for the continued activation of this very important center in Albuquerque. And with that, I will hand it over and yield my time to Deputy Director Mitchell.
Good evening, Director. Go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, councilors. We are presenting the proposed $227.5 million industrial revenue bond IRB request for Sawmill Belema Properties LLC, which was formed in 2014 to redevelop blighted parcels in Albuquerque's Sawmill District, a designated metropolitan redevelopment area and federal opportunity zone. The IRB request includes 3 major developments: Sawmill Mixed-Use Development, $80.8 million, Chaco Residence, $70.4 million, Sawmill Hotels, $76.3 million. These projects are bringing expanded lodging, retail, and housing to the area. All sites are located within a mixed-use, high-intensity zone, requiring no zoning changes and having no significant environmental impact. The developer, Heritage Hotels and Resorts, led by Jim Long, is experienced in creating culturally rich hospitality assets and currently operates properties within the Sawmill District. Upon completion, Heritage Hotels and Resorts and its affiliates will manage the new properties. The Sawmill mixed-use development is located at 1904 Belema Avenue, immediately east of Hotel Chaco. It is 140 market-rate apartments and 24,540 square feet of retail. Chaco Residence is located at 1904 Belema Avenue, immediately east of Hotel Chaco, and there are extended stay lodging accommodations and 19,194 square feet of retail. And the Sawmill Hotel parcel is located at 1921 Belema Avenue, immediately west of Sawmill Market and due north of Hotel Chaco. It is a 115-room boutique hotel to begin construction in 2028. The economic impact is significant. $227 million in private investment by 2031, at least 75 new permanent full-time jobs and 40 part-time positions, an estimated 113 indirect full-time and 72 part-time jobs via retail tenants, approximately 750 construction jobs total, primarily local labor. Jobs will include full-time, benefits-eligible, customer-facing roles. The fiscal impact was verified by a third party, UNM's Bieber Bureau of Business and Economic Research. The Sawmill mixed use is anticipated to generate $2.3 million in tax revenues by 2047. The Chaco Residence is expected to generate $5.6 million in taxes by 2042, and the Sawmill Hotel is anticipated to generate $8.2 million in taxes by 2049. All 3 projects are expected to remain fiscally positive through the IRB term. A 30% payment in lieu of taxes will apply, resulting in 70% abatement on real and personal property taxes. The IRB ordinance consolidates 3 separate applications and analysis. We are requesting a waiver of Section E requirement for multifamily housing. IRB 25-5 meets all city evaluation criteria, supports adopted plans, and complies with both state and city IRB laws. These projects spur significant economic development and revitalization, support tourism and convention industry growth, and meet all qualifications for city-issued IRB upon waiver of Section E approval. Based on these findings, the staff recommends approval of IRB 25-5 and proposes, as proposed in the project application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. I know that Mr. Long is here, and I think a presentation would be lovely, but if there's any way that we can skip the presentation, I know that it's great, but if you want to say a few words, we'd love to hear from you, and then we'll move to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the council. My name is Jim Long. I'm the owner and developer of this project. We're very excited to create these beautiful buildings for our city. Not only will they raise the bar in terms of quality development in Albuquerque, I think it'll raise the bar for the whole state. But it's also the excitement and the stimulation that these buildings will be able to provide for our city, especially for people that will live, work, and play in this environment. I think it's going to be a very stimulating, hopefully very inspiring project that will help others make similar decisions to invest as we are doing in our community. But I think something else that's very exciting about this project is the fact that each one of these buildings will provide meaningful opportunities to New Mexicans to launch their own successful business, whether it's in food and beverage, entertainment, art, fashion, retail. We've developed over the last decade a wonderful model to help small businesses establish success in these respective areas, and we intend to set aside a substantial sum to do that in this project. We've had that model in place at Sawmill Market and other facilities throughout the state, and so that we know we can achieve prosperity for our community and create wonderful jobs and great opportunities for folks to achieve their hopes and dreams. And so we're happy to do that. We're very excited about the project. We think Albuquerque deserves to have beautiful quality developments like this, as we see throughout the country, but we haven't seen here. So it'll be nice to have the opportunity to do that, and hopefully with your support tonight, we can make that happen.
Thank you,
I'll stand
Mr.
for
Long.
questions.
Thank you. Councilors, I'm going to come back for questions, if that's okay. We're going to go ahead and move to public comment on everything first, and then we'll come back to conversation and questions. Just for the record, too, our City Bond Counsel, Mr. Muirhead, is here for this evening as well. Mr. Cornelius, if you'll call the first speaker on 087.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, an amendment came through. I don't know if you want to do that before we go to comment or just go into comment.
I'm sorry, what was that?
An amendment came through. Did you want to do that before we move to comment?
Yeah, I don't, is the amendment even ready? It's not ready yet, so we're going to go ahead and go to public comment. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Jack Corder, followed by Alexander Ubayez.
Evening, Madam Chair. My name is Jack Corder. I've been a resident of Albuquerque all my life, and this is certainly one of the areas in Albuquerque that is blighted and certainly can use this, and this will be an infusion that Albuquerque can be proud of and encourage more tourists and residents to move to that area of town. Thank you very much.
Alexander Ubayez, followed by Tiffany Cunningham.
Afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Alex Ubayez, Albuquerque residents, and as of about 2 months ago, land use and development and housing nerd. I believe, and you know this, that we as a city need to grow, we need to develop, we need to build in a way that benefits both our developers and our people. And so the purpose of giving a developer a 70% tax abatement is to serve the interests of the people, of Albuquerque residents. The interests both in tax revenue and in jobs with fair wages and in affordable housing. Instead, this proposal, as you know, comes in the middle of a county negotiation and a county proposal, and feels a little bit like a race to the bottom, pitting municipalities against each other to benefit developers over residents. I'd ask why Albuquerque City residents and why Albuquerque City Council would consider asking for less for their residents than the county does. I'd ask also why this can't happen in July, just a couple weeks from now, when we can guarantee prevailing wages for those working on this pursuant to HB 6. And I'd ask that this body consider whether people who build and work on this project can also live in this project and benefit from it. And if not, I feel that this deal may betray the intent of IRBs, converting a tool that was meant to serve the people into incumbent rewarding benefactors. Thank you.
Tiffany Cunningham, followed by James Shanley.
If you're next to speak after the current speaker, if you can come down to the front, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Tiffany Cunningham. I am a resident. I'm a full-time teacher, public schools teacher. I also work with an organization that is putting together a pre-apprenticeship program to help people get into the unionized skilled trades. I think we all know that a good economy is based on a strong, skilled workforce. In this plan, we love the development. We love that it's bringing jobs, but we definitely want to make sure that it's benefiting our community in the sense that it's building our unions stronger and creating more apprentices that can fill these jobs. I heard you say that primarily the workforce will be from New Mexico. Primarily, what does that mean? I want all the workforce to be from New Mexico. Too many people are leaving our state because they don't see opportunity for them, especially my young students. So anything that you can do to build up the working class, because right now, everybody's boots are on our neck. And we're tired of it. These people that work outside every day, put that hard work into those buildings, why can't they live there? Do you know what it feels like to be a construction worker and build something that you know you could never live in or buy? So I suggest that you do what other cities have done successfully and create at least a percentage of these units that are housing for either middle or middle to low income people, so that the people that are building it and serving this community can actually live there. I yield my time. Thank you.
James Shanley, followed by Rosendo Nahar.
Madam President, councilors, on my way here, I passed a big sign on the convention center. It said, "One Albuquerque." What I would like to ask you and the leaders of our city is, how do you reconcile into oneness a gentrified, thriving area of Albuquerque like the Sawmill District with the devastation of many of our major corridors like Central in the International District, or the area under the freeway overpass on First Street that are occupied by people who cannot afford and cannot find affordable housing? To me, this, while I celebrate the developers who create areas in our town like the Sawmill District, our country has a vast network of private equity to fund further development. It's obvious that that is an area that can pay for itself. We are not Brazil. We do not need to have almost an entire quadrant of our city turned into or allowed to become a favela, while we are supporting and directing the city's resources to further or enhance gentrification. So I would urge you to reconsider or modify or reject this allocation of $227 million of risk assumption by the city of Albuquerque. Thank you.
Rosendo Nahar, followed by Janice Cardenas on Zoom.
Madam Chair, council members, Rosendo Nahar, President of Carpenters Local 1319. And Mr. Ubayez, I think pretty much took...
Pardon me, I will start your timer over. But please, this is, as much as this is very lovely, it's also a disruption. Can you please be seated? For the proper sake of decorum, thank you.
For the
Can we
visual
please start
effect.
his timer over?
Yes. So Rosendo Nahar, President of Carpenters Local 1319. And like Mr. Ubayez stated just recently, we are in opposition of this because there needs to be some amendments made, or bare minimum a couple weeks to where prevailing wage does kick in. Our contractors not having bare minimum prevailing wage, our contractors do not have a fighting chance, because our contractors believe that when you're framing outside in 103-degree weather, that you should deserve some water and break time. That after working 20 years in the field swinging a hammer, you should have a pension at the end of that career. The investment that we're asking right now the community to make needs to be attached to how it's gonna benefit the community more than a pretty building that's done by mediocre workforce that charges less money. It is not okay to not apply apprenticeship language to it, and it's not okay to bare minimum wait 2 weeks to prevailing wage is tied to this. The fact that it's being introduced before that seems kind of sneaky to us. This is not okay. There needs to be apprenticeship language tied to these projects when it's that big of an investment made. We're happy that developers are wanting to come to Albuquerque and invest in the community and get some money while they're at it. That's good. But there needs to be more than a beautiful building left in that community. There needs to be a workforce that now has a check, that now has insurance, that now is able to buy what the school supplies that they need for their kids. Our people are not working in the buildings that are being built here. It's out-of-towners that are coming and build it because it's cheaper to pay people to come from Texas. There's no standards down in Texas. I mean, we're not gonna keep our standards up here. It's ridiculous. We can't continue to do that. There needs to be an amendment made, or bare minimum, you need to wait 2 weeks. Prevailing wage needs to be attached to this. It's too huge of an investment to not let it benefit our community, the people who live here. If we live here, we need to build here. And if we build here, bare minimum, we need to be able to live there as well. Some of it needs to be attached to low-income housing. That's the true investment into the community they represent. Thank you.
Janice Cardenas, followed by Joan Baker.
City Council, good evening, members of the City Council. We recognize that the development can be a positive force, and it brings jobs and can improve quality of life for residents. However, in this case, we're not clear how hardworking class residents will benefit from this IRB. What's clear is that almost $250 million of public money is being used to finance a luxurious lifestyle and enrich a private developer. So this is especially troubling during a time when we're in the midst of a housing crisis. Working families are being pushed out of the city in search of affordable housing, while the city is helping a millionaire developer for fun luxury apartments and hotels without a requirement of meaningful public return. Its public resources are going to support this private development. There must be a mandate for public benefit. At minimum, we urge the city to require that at least a third of the apartments be designed for low-income housing, and that at least half of those be two-bedroom units to support working families. We also believe that there's smart ways to invest our tax dollars. So we agree with the language for registered apprenticeships on these projects, and that we want to ensure that the quality work is being done, and we are directly investing in our local workforce that we desperately need. So there are also other levers that can be used, like requiring local hires, as we heard, to ensure the broader community benefits. And so we're not opposed to the development, to be clear. We're just opposed to it being used in a way that that goes without accountability, without equity, and without the guarantee to support the people whose tax dollars are on the line. So we urge you all to reconsider this IRB and to ensure that the public financing truly serves the public good. And at the very least, delay your vote until we can tag prevailing wage to this deal and ensure taxpayers are getting a fair return of our investment. Thank you for your time.
Joan Baker.
Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Madam President, members of the council. My name is Joan Baker. I am the Political Affairs Director and Director of Outreach at UA Local 412. We're the Plumber and Pipe Fitters Union. As a City Council, Madam President, you all have a fiduciary responsibility for our tax dollars. This IRB, the way it is written, or passing it before July 1st, is a $227 million giveaway with no worker protections and no affordable housing during our biggest crisis, which is a housing crisis. And therefore, it is not maximizing those tax dollars. We all, as a fiduciary responsibility, need to be maximizing our investment. I heard the woman, the economist, give the report that construction GRT is up. It's one of the only ones that is up. Let us get it up more. Let us keep it up. And it being tied to prevailing wage is an important part of that. I think that there is so much more that can be done for our community to maximize your all's investment in what you want to give to the community rather than just a tax giveaway. We ask you to at the minimum, delay this IRB until after July 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam President, that concludes comment.
Mr. Cornelius, I think that we do have a Mr. Michaels here in the crowd though, right? That had asked, but is it general public comment, Mr.
That's for
Michaels, or is it on this
general.
bill?
I believe it's general.
Okay, please
You wanna
proceed.
speak, sir? Okay.
Good evening. It's a little hot outside, and here it's getting a little warm too, right? But I haven't spoken here since I talked to Vince Griego when he was one of the councilmen. That was 30 years ago, right? And it was kind of an interesting thing. I was trying to open a restaurant 30 years ago, right? And then after that, they wanted to sell this place called the Hotel Albuquerque, right? And Mr. Jim Long, he bought it. He wanted 18 million bucks, but I didn't have, there's only me running my restaurant, so I only run my restaurant by myself. So I didn't have enough dishwashers and that. But the thing I'm trying to say, you guys, is this. This is an industrial revenue bond. Industrial revenue bonds only pay 20% property tax. In our neighborhood, Old Town, this area, Sawmill, they can afford security guards. People in Old Town across the street, they can't afford security guards. I've been broken in my restaurant many, many times. I got to come out and get my money to pay for my windows because we can't afford security guards, number one. Okay? Number two, we need a parking structure there. Mr. Jim Long needs to build a parking structure because there's not enough places to park. So, Seasons has a parking structure, they park in there. The traffic that comes when they have big conventions, which is a great thing, it brings money into the city. Jim Long's bringing money into the city, but also they're getting 8% interest, whatever amount of money they're making on their investments. Okay, so this is not for the people. I'm going to give you 10% for low housing profits. Give me 50%, because I'm giving you 20% property taxes instead of 100%. So what's happening in the neighborhood, the rest of the neighborhood suffering, Old Town suffering. Okay, we can't afford security guards. We can't afford stuff, but these guys, they got security guards, they got guys, SWAT machines, they got all kinds of people that will stop their people from doing that. Now, the rest of the people in the neighborhood, I've been there 30 years. Okay? And it's a good thing to increase profit. It's an increase to start business. A good idea, because we make money, places to go to, this and that. But my point, gentlemen and ladies, is that let's give to the, if we're going to develop something, let's develop the whole community, not just one entity right here, and make them a bunch of money for the investors. Thank you for talking to me. Vincent, nice seeing you.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes comment.
Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. One of the things that I've been kind of keeping an eye on what goes down over at the Sawmill District, and one of the things that really surprised me was the fact that there is so many local entities, local businesses that started out with nothing. I know there was a pizza company out there that started with zero, and now that pizza company is serving a lot of people. There's several other businesses that have done the same thing. And I know that the Sawmill Market has actually highlighted some of those local businesses and brought them in and actually made them better throughout the years. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. I think it's something that's really important. One of the things that I've learned is that when you have competition, people want to come down and then they want to try your place too. So I think this is going to add a huge amount of revenue to the whole Old Town area, and I just really think that this is going to be a really big hit for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, other questions or comments? Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a question for maybe the department. When you did your presentation, Deputy Director Mitchell, you talked about construction jobs, and we heard from the folks that had to leave about not being included in that for prevailing wage. So can you talk to me a little about, you mentioned the number of construction jobs. How many of those were you mentioning in your presentation?
Council President, Councilor Rogers, we have a total number of 750 for all three projects.
Wonderful. And so to speak to what the public commenter said, how many of those will be local New Mexicans? It said primarily, so let's answer the question. How many of those will be New Mexicans? Or Jim Long, the developer, whoever could answer that question. I would love an answer to that.
You know, we have invested many, many hundreds of millions throughout the state, and we always aspire to use local contractors for all our projects, assuming that the workload of the construction firms allow them to participate in this project. We would try to use as many as we possibly could. That's been our history. We like to keep our workforce employed, and we like to maximize the opportunity for our local construction firms. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for something a little more specific. What do you average on your jobs that you do? Previous, because in my opinion, the best indicator of the future is what you've done in the past. So in the past, on the jobs you've already completed for the city of Albuquerque, what percentage do you think are local New Mexicans doing that building?
Probably 99%.
Probably 99%? Okay, wonderful. And then just speaking, are these construction companies unionized?
We've used Janes Corporation, which I believe is the largest union contractor in New Mexico. They've worked on our projects, and I believe they're a union contractor. So,
sure.
Yes, Counselor.
Thank you, Madam President. One last question, just to speak to the public commenters, because this is not my district, so I kind of get, ask Councilor Baca a lot of questions around this because it's his district. But speaking to the public commenters that felt like they weren't going to be included, what do you say to that?
Well, I would say that, we have always been very open in our communication with our projects. We welcome thought-provoking ideas. I think this project has been publicly announced for many, many, many years. And so we've worked with the neighborhoods. We've worked with folks that want opportunities to be part of the project. So, we're always willing to consider opportunities. And as far as the prevailing wage issue, whatever the laws are at the time, we will certainly comply with those laws. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam President. Last question for you. I just had some confusion on the Chaco residences, and this is probably not your fault. One part of our packet says that it's long-term stay. Can you just tell us the residence piece of the project, what a little bit more about? Is that long-term rentals?
Thank you, Councilor Rogers. It's an extended stay hotel. So many guests that come and stay with us at Hotel Chaco, that doesn't have the facilities with kitchenettes, washer, dryer hookups. So the people that want to stay long-term, maybe they're moving into a new job or they're being recruited here. We can't really provide those facilities at Chaco at the current time. So the Chaco residences would give us that product to be made available.
Awesome. And for those units, do you know what the rent would be for those?
I don't know exactly, because I would say that, the market's going to tell us that, but Hotel Chaco rates are about $275 a day, could be in that range.
Okay, thank you. That helps me get an idea of who could, to the public commenters' point, who could live there. I could not at that amount, just saying. But I think what I'm excited about, and I want the public to know, that I'm not against the development. So I just want to preface by that. I just want to make sure we hear what the public commenters said and we give them answers to those. So I appreciate you answering those head on. I think what I'm most grateful for is that there's a land trust in this neighborhood. And those of you that live in that land trust, your housing is going to be stable regardless of what happens with development around it. And that's why I'm working on a land trust in my district. We're helping with a land trust in District 6, because this is the point, right? We want development, we want those things, but we also want to keep it affordable for folks who've lived in these neighborhoods for generations and generations. And so this is exactly why we need more land trusts, so that someone like you could do the awesome development that we need, but we also keep it affordable. So we can do both. We can do both. And let's figure out how to do that, where we do pay folks. And I'm glad to see that you are using folks that are, because to me that's important, that we take care of the workers who are building the things. And I can understand how sad it is not to be able to live somewhere like that. That's not your fault, Mr. Long, right? But I just wanted to make that point about the land trust. That's what's saving the community in this area from being pushed out, is that land trust. So let's figure out how we get more of that in our neighborhood so we can have both, because we can. Thank you.
Councilor Rogers, that's a fantastic point of view. You know, there's over 400 affordable housing units that are built now in the Sawmill Land Trust. That touches our property. We love having housing diversity in a neighborhood. And so we're thrilled to have affordable housing next door to us. Many of our workforce live in that beautiful community, and they can be stunning environments, and that's one of the most thoughtful developments in our city. So great point.
Yeah, and thank you, Madam President. Just one more thing too on that point is just because he made me think of one more thing. Also to the administration, and there's another huge piece of that land trust that we were working on developing and thinking how to build differently. So I hope there's still a huge part of non-developed land that's a part of the land trust that the city can help with building some more housing that will help. And look, let's be true, we need housing on all income levels. Just because I can't afford to live there doesn't mean someone who does here can't. We need housing on all income levels in Albuquerque, not just affordable. So this is an exciting thing, and it excites me because the land trust is there, and it does. We can build more housing. So I'd like to make sure MRA, HHH is working with the Sawmill Land Trust to build more houses there so more people can enjoy what you're building there too and have that affordable option.
Thank you, Councilor Rogers. Madam Vice President?
Thank you, Madam President. So I have an amendment, but I'm going to ask a couple of questions or maybe make a couple of statements. Is that, you know, I just really kind of get disappointed when we start like cheering that the developer is the bad guy here in the city of Albuquerque, because, you know, this is what we need. This is their job to develop things. And we really need to think big as a city. We need to grow. We need to create jobs. We need to have places for people to go and enjoy at all the different income levels. You know, I just want to say about the Sawmill Land Trust, I think it's just a really fascinating place. You know, I just really want to attribute most of the credit. Of course, Mr. Long, you've done a great job after Max and Commissioner O'Malley came in and really created the stage for you to really turn that into a place where it is truly mixed use. So I'm really proud of that there's people there who are low income and living there, similar to what Councilor Rogers was saying, but then it's just turned into this meld of our community. And I really appreciate, you know, even before our conversation, just really talking about how you really have enveloped our culture into everything that you do. Just because you're not Chicano, you're from here, your family's from here. I mean, so that's part of our culture too, right? You know, so I just really want to say that, and thank you for all the work that you've done down there. You know, and when we talk about gentrification, there's some statements that were made about gentrification. This area, thanks to Max and to Commissioner O'Malley, is not completely being gentrified. This should be an example that we move forward as a city and how we work to have true mixed housing. My question is, you know, the gentleman from the unions, they were asking about the prevailing wage. I really think that it's important, and I'm going to give you an example. We just built the visitor center, and you know, there's some questions about delays or not delays. Some of the things as to part of some of those delays is there was some real errors in the developer and the construction that was associated with that building. You know, we've had to redo some of the stuff. It's cost a little bit of money. So I think that, you know, when we have people who are the people building our buildings and you know, I think as we grow our city, we're going to grow it together. We're not going to grow it, you know, with just the developer, but we're also going to grow on the shoulders and the backs of the people who do the hard work and work in 100-degree weather. You know, being out there walking now, man, I couldn't imagine sledging a hammer at the same time, you know. So anyway, I just really would like to add an amendment that says that I think the staff has it and they may be able to pull it up, but that we should follow the prevailing wage. So this is floor amendment number 1, Madam President. And this, yeah, I can't read it, so I'm out. If you can read it for me.
Mr. Morrow.
Council President, Councilor Pena, the amendment says that on page 6, after line 13, insert a new section 5 as follows and renumber the remaining sections accordingly. Section 5, prevailing wages. The approval of these industrial revenue bonds is contingent on the developer paying prevailing wages as defined in HB 6 passed in the 2025 legislative session.
Is there a motion, Counselor?
Yes, there's a motion for approval of floor amendment number 1.
And there's a second by Counselor Rogers. Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a question on the timeline. I very much appreciate this amendment, but can one of the attorneys talk us through the effective date on this legislation? Because the way I'm reading it, it would become effective after the first of the month of July, which means that it would follow the state law anyway. Can somebody walk us through that? It clearly says, you know, we're going to pass it tonight. It's going to go to the mayor. It's going to come back down and get signatures. It's going to be published for 5 days, and then it becomes effective. So what's the likely effective date of this legislation?
Mr. Morrow, Ms. Keefe, Mr. Muirhead, who wants it?
I mean, Madam President, Council Feeblecorn, I'm not sure I can answer the first question, but I don't think this legislation will become effective until August, given the break. So, or maybe that's not right, but it would be sometime in July. Actually, yeah.
Thank you, Madam President. So can somebody answer if there's any chance that this would become effective before the beginning of the fiscal year for the state, and at which time the state legislation would become effective?
Yeah, Madam President, Council Feeblecorn. I think the answer, and I agree with Ms. Keefe, the effective date would be after it's signed and published in the 5 days. And so that would all be driven by the mayor's signature and then coming back to the council. So there is some variance in what that would look like, whether that's 5 days from tomorrow, 5 days from 10 days from now. So there is absolutely some gray area in terms of when it becomes effective and what impact, if any, that has related to House Bill 6 and when that becomes effective. And so we're kind of waiting for, on terms of the effective date of House Bill 6, we are looking at it, just waiting for guidance from the state about when that is signed, and it becomes effective, and any rules or guidance from the state on that. But you are correct to say that they're overlapping, and the effective date of this ordinance could easily be after the effective date of House Bill 6.
Thank you, Madam President. So, I mean, we do know the effective date of HB 6.
Right.
Right? So that's not an unknown.
Right.
So I'm asking someone who worked on this bill to talk me through, Mr. Morrow, what's the earliest that this bill could become effective?
Councilor President Bassan, Councilor Feeblecorn, this bill, as mentioned, could become effective 5 days after signature of the mayor. Typically, it takes, I defer to our clerk's office, 3 to 7-ish days for transmittal to the mayor. So it could become effective as soon as, say, June 25th, give or take. So it could become effective prior to July.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. So really, first of all, I just want to point out that the effective date of this legislation depends on the mayor and when he signs it. I think folks in the audience should realize that. And so it seems important that we pass this amendment to make sure that the intent here is that it becomes effective after HB 6, which is clearly the will of our entire state. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam President. So when does HB 6 come into effect again? What is that exact date? When does the prevailing wage, the new state tax law, come into place?
And Councilor Bassan, Councilor Lewis, I don't know. This is the first that I've heard of the effective date of this, but if you give me just a moment, I will get an answer for you.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, it's June 20th.
June 20th?
No.
Yeah,
So my understanding then is really this amendment would just provide a gap of maybe 2-3 days or a week or so, because the amendment is doing exactly what the developer would have to would be under according to the state law prevailing wage. Is that correct, Mr. Morrow?
Mr. Morrow?
I apologize, Council President Bassan. Councilor Lewis, could you repeat the question?
Is this amendment exactly what the state prevailing wage law is that the developer would have to comply with?
Councilor Bassan, Councilor Lewis, the amendment directs to follow the prevailing wage as defined in HB 6. So yes, that is the intent of the amendment.
Councilor Lewis?
Madam President, it's just an unnecessary amendment. I mean, you know, I guess it's neither here nor there, but I do think it's unnecessary. Thank you.
Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. Just kind of piggybacking off of Councilor Lewis, just correct me so I can understand this. If somebody with a brain bigger than mine can do this. If I work at McDonald's for minimum wage right now, and July 2nd comes and this is passed, then my pay is now what it is statewide, correct? It doesn't go, right?
Councilor President Bassan, Councilor Champagne, it depends on if you're referring to prevailing wages, which are...
Which is what we're talking about,
yeah,
correct?
when I think of that, so yes.
Okay. So even if we pass this tonight and the state House bill or passes on July 2nd, then everything gets bumped up according to state law, and that's what we have to follow anyway, correct?
Right. The city would intend to absolutely comply with this. So the bill relates to industrial revenue bond projects that the construction and the cost of labor for constructions is at like a traditional public project at prevailing wages.
Okay. My other question would be, this is, again, correct me if I'm misunderstanding this, but we just did this at Central and San Mateo and allotted tax abatement so that someone can come in and redevelop those buildings. And that program, are we going to attach this onto there then too, to make sure that that private company can then follow the rules that are going to be passed in July?
Mr. Morrow?
Council President Bassan, Councilor Champagne, the obligations the developer of the that were previously passed by the council are bound by those obligations as established by that ordinance. And so we'd have to look at the specifics, but I don't believe that these prevailing wage provisions as attached to industrial revenue bonds would be applicable to those developments.
Okay, that's my clarification I need, so I understand that correctly. Thank you.
Councilor Baca?
Thank you, Madam President. Councilor Rogers and Councilor Pena actually made quite a few of my points earlier, but I do have a question on this with this amendment. You know, earlier today we met with our general counsel to talk about how we direct oftentimes, but it's up to the administration to actually work out the deals of the contract. And which in this case is what happened, right? This is a by request. The mayor's team put this together, and I'm very much supportive of development and our unions. And so my question, and I don't know if someone out here can answer it, is, you know, they worked out the details of this contract. If we put in an amendment changing that wage rate, how was that, will the project still pencil out, I guess is the simple way to put that? That's my question.
Mr. Muirhead? That might be to you.
Madam President, Councilor Baca, the economics of it, I'll defer to Mr. Long, who has a whole team doing that. And so from the city's position, we will comply. That would be the direction from our office to the city, that this is when the rules go in and when they tell us it applies, that's what the city's going to do. How that impacts this project, I'll defer to Mr. Long to explain that. I honestly am not involved in that part of the discussion.
I'm sorry, Madam President. When you say the city will comply with the rules, do you mean the HB6 or the amendment?
Well, if the amendment goes in, then it's in. But the HB6, if it applies, certainly the city would expect compliance.
Okay, so, my last question then. How does the administration feel about this amendment, given you guys did the legwork on this?
Madam CAO?
Madam President, Councilor Baca, of course we support, as you know, on two topics that came up today around apprenticeship and prevailing wage. Apprenticeship, we brought legislation forward earlier. We're supportive of apprenticeship and believe it's valuable and important for us in terms of growing our workforce. And of course, we support individuals being paid prevailing wage and adhering to the law.
Mr. Long, excuse me, did you have something to add to Councilor Baca's question?
Madam President, Councilor Baca, you know, as I said earlier, we're certainly going to comply with the laws in effect at the time. So if that means that the prevailing wage will apply at that moment in time, then that's certainly what we intend to comply with. anything that creates an additional cost burden, these projects are economically sensitive already. That's why we're here requesting the industrial revenue bond. Without the industrial revenue bond, these projects are not feasible. So any additional burdens that we would face with additional costs could make the projects, unbuildable. So we don't know exactly what the implications of the laws at that point in time will be when these projects break ground. Some of these projects could break ground this year, some of them next year, maybe 4 years after that. So we don't know what the wage conditions will be, and even if there's effective union labor that's able to undertake these projects. As I said, we've got a great relationship with Janes Corporation, the largest union contractor in the state. We've asked them to look at these projects, and it would depend on their work schedule whether they could even take them on. So we're going to comply with whatever the prevailing wage laws are at that moment in time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Baca, did you have anything more? Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to provide, because, during my minimum wage research, this came up, so I read a lot about this particular bill, and just want to give some just grounding information for the public watching who may not know what HB 6 is. HB 6 expands prevailing wage requirements for anything for industrial revenue bonds. The most important thing to know is there is no retroactive effect, which means it covers only new IRB projects post-enactment, which means not the ones that are already funded before the bill's effective date at the state are not applicable to this. So what we do here tonight will absolutely affect the prevailing wage of the folks who are building these projects. This will also, I think the bottom line is that this does what the state did give worker protections, wage and benefits, and that have to align with the state determined prevailing wage. Monitoring of these projects are going to be done by the Department of Workforce Solutions. And I think that's the reason it's here, is because it will raise costs for the project if we wait. And so I'm really, I think this amendment is good to protect the workers, because if we pass it tonight, there's no retroactive effect. And so I just wanted everybody to realize that. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Peoplecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just double checked because I wanted to make sure we were giving people the correct information. And HB 6 did not contain an effective date. And so it would go into effect 90 days after the legislature adjourns, which would be June 20th, which is 4 days from now. In the bill, it clearly states that it has to at least be published. So even if they rush this up to the mayor tonight and he signs it, it would have to be published tomorrow, and it cannot go into effect for 5 days after that publication. So I just wanted to make sure, because I was hearing different things from different people. I've looked it up. That is the situation. This bill could not become effective before June 21st at the absolute fastest, and that would assume that the mayor is in the building and can sign tonight.
Councilor Lewis.
Which he's not.
Oh, Councilor Lewis. Councilor Grout.
I got my answer, so thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments on amendment number 1? Councilor Lewis.
Madam President, so I guess for Ms. Single, you mentioned apprentice program, that you were for that, and that was also mentioned here tonight. That is a union agreement, and you coupled that along with the prevailing wage, but why didn't you put that into the, why wouldn't you put, my son's calling me, I apologize. Why wouldn't you put that into this request then, if that was important to you?
Madam CAO.
Madam President and Councilor Lewis, the work that is done on the IRBs is done in partnership with the developer and the IRB requirements. I'd be happy if Director Gruner wants to speak to what our standards are related to the IRBs. It isn't a statement tonight to try to incorporate that. I just wanted to comment to the fact that the public comments that came in We understand those issues. We have worked on those issues over the years. I have a long history of it, having worked on apprenticeship previously. So those are that was the comment related to.
All right, Madam President, again, I don't even know why you'd mention that, because unless there were, the people here tonight that were actually talking about it, and then all of a sudden you mentioned that, oh yeah, we want to do that too, but you didn't put it in the original request, so it's super disingenuous to do that. But I mean, as far as the prevailing wage, look, I think it's very clear that this development is going to fall under the state's prevailing wage. So without, I mean, being in agreement on this amendment or not, I think it's just unnecessary. If you also think about it, in the next few days, everybody all over the city, that's employing people in all kinds of different projects. I mean, if we create different, laws like this that are inconsistent, or that are just, inconsistent as far as timing, again, we're kind of putting it on one employer and not other employers. So technically, if this did not go into effect, the state's like a few months, and this were to apply to just one project, it would apply to one project and not everybody else. And so I think that's part of the problem with, checkerboarding different, laws like that by the city doing that. So bottom line, I just think the amendment's unnecessary. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilors, we're on amendment number 1 to 087. Councilor Pena to close.
Thank you, Madam President. So I guess I would say that, the prevailing wage is going to go into effect, and I think we came up with a time, right? So can you tell me when it'll go into effect again for the 10th time?
Mr. Morrow.
And Council President Bassan, Councilor Pena, as stated by Council Feeblecorn and Chris Muirhead, I believe it's June 20th.
June 20th, yes. So with June 20th, this is going to be the standard. I think what we have here is that we have a bunch of union members that came down to speak, that they understand that the prevailing wage is going to come into effect. This amendment, I would agree with Councilor Lewis to say, I don't know that it's absolutely necessary, but I think that for the comfort of the union to know that we support the prevailing wage when it goes into effect, it'll be imposed on the developer no matter what. That we're just saying that we're of the same understanding that we support the prevailing wage. So with that, I would urge your support. Thank you.
Councilors, the motion is to pass amendment number 1 to 087. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? Did we get everyone's vote? I don't think everyone raised their hand for a yes or no. So all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-to-1 vote. Thank you, councilors. We're back on the bill. Are there any more amendments? Any other questions about 087 or comments? Councilors Lewis and Baca to close.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. Look, we're just very fortunate. I mean, our city is fortunate to have people that are from Albuquerque, that invest, their hard-earned money, their investment, their name, their reputation, to create just phenomenal cultural places that are, providing housing, just some amazing facilities that are just going to lift up the whole city, and certainly going to lift up, Old Town, and really complement, all the neighborhoods in Old Town. These kinds of developments make sense. And look, there's not city money, like cash dollars. I mean, this is a private investment of people who love this city and are willing to invest here. So we're just going to benefit from it like crazy. I mean, I think our whole community is going to benefit from this in so many different ways. So it is a direct benefit to lifting, creating jobs, lifting people out of poverty in this city, providing some really good paying jobs for families in our city from all over town. I love amenities like this. You talk about, some of them, the Chaco Hotel. I mean, there are so many people, and we need, all levels of different, one-night stays as well as long-term stays, because people come in from all over Albuquerque and town here, and they'll stay, 2 nights, they'll stay 10 nights. and they go away. It's the perspective on what they see, how they view our city, and how they see us, and they're willing, to come and invest and enjoy some of these great facilities at all levels of expense to them. And so again, thank God for investments like that where, people from Sandia Labs and that come here for Sandia Labs and all kinds of, different, companies in the city that have people come from all over the United States to stay here and visit here, have places to stay where they could really experience the culture of Albuquerque and New Mexico. And so certainly urge your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilors, the motion is for a due pass to 087 as amended. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Thank you very much. Moving on to financial instruments, agenda item B, Councilor Rogers by request. R165.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move R165 relating to the approval of a redevelopment tax abatement on the Sycamore Plaza mixed-use project developed by F&A Development. This is a companion to what we passed earlier a couple meetings back to expand the MRA zone in this area to include this project, and I move for a due pass.
There's a motion and a second by Councilors Grout and Feeblecorn. Councilors, any questions or comments? Seeing none, I don't see anybody signed up to speak on this. Councilor Rogers to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I urge your support.
The motion is for a due pass of R165. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Moving on to agenda item C, Councilor Feeblecorn by request, R166.
Madam President, R166 is relating to the approval of a redevelopment tax abatement on the Vassar and Phoenix warehouse development developed by Cornerstone Capital LLC. I move a due pass.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Rogers and Grout. Councilors, any questions or comments? All right, Councilor Feeblecorn to close.
Thank you, Madam President. This is really exciting for me. This is our first kind of big movement in the Manal MR area, which I know you're all sick of hearing me talk about. And so I really feel like this is a giant first step, and I'm very excited, and I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
The councilors, the motion is for a due pass of R166. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Councilor Lewis, how do you vote? Yes. Since Councilor Baca just walked in, councilors, one more time. All those in favor of R166, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Moving on to appeals, we have none. So now we are landing on general public comments. Members of the public can provide live public comments to the council in person or virtually if they have signed up for public comment per the instructions published on the agenda and on our website Friday. Here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant has 2 minutes to present. Comments are going to be addressed to the councilors only through the council president, and any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. There is up to a 2-minute time limit, and a bell will ring to indicate your time is up. Mr. Cornelius, will you please call the first speaker?
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Let's Odvo, followed by Brick Jonassy.
Madam Councilor, Madam President, I was happy to discover in my endeavor to try to determine what people within the city government actually are signing their oaths of office. It did give me great joy to find out that all the councilors here tonight have actually signed their oath of office, and it is part of their file. I do understand that a number of the state judges and federal judges and people in the upper echelons of the judicial and the legislative and bodies have done so, including our mayor. Our mayor has signed his oath. What troubles me is that these people aren't walking the streets carrying a gun and a badge. And when we put people in these positions like yourselves, I would think that you're regarded as a higher office. You're given a little more respect. You have a little bit more pride in what you do. because you're serving the cities of Albuquerque citizens. So it troubles me that it's like a double-edged sword. Why wouldn't the city police officers sign their oath? Where's the honor in not signing the oath? At the 14th June thing there that was held Saturday, I got to meet Miss Stansberry, and we had a question that was posed in the audience. It was all about the oaths of office for the police. I'm not sure exactly how it came about, but a simple card in an officer's wallet because they're a member of the brotherhood doesn't suffice having signed their oath to the Constitution of the United States. Thank you.
Rick Jonesy, followed by Christopher Shane Tanner.
Councilors, Councilwoman President, thank you. Yeah, just to kind of follow up with my buddy Let's over there, you know, appreciate you guys signing your oath. It's very important. Had a little conversation there during that meeting with Ms. Stansberry, with Ms. Rogers, and yeah, she mentioned that there's like probably a PBA card. That's not the oath. That's a loyalty to the police union. It's interesting that they would sign that one, but then not sign loyalty oath to the Constitution, which has to do with upholding, defending our rights. It's like they have loyalty to their brotherhood, but not to our rights. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. But yeah, just to kind of reiterate what I mentioned on Thursday with the Civilian Oversight Board, you know, that signature oath, it's important because it creates liability, right? A contract isn't a contract without liability. That's what the signature, basically, that's what the signature is. The issue really here is that the chief, if what he's saying is accurate, he doesn't have loyalty, he doesn't have liability, not on paper. If it was really up to him, if that's the case, you wouldn't need to say the pledge, you wouldn't need to sign your oath. Military service members wouldn't need to sign the oath because they would have what's called conscientious scruples. Sure, there's a provision in the law for that, but you know, then the question comes up: what are your conscientious scruples? Why don't you have loyalty to upholding and defending our rights? Is it just because you can? At that point in time, it's not conscientious scruples. It's just a choice that you don't want liability. So, in lieu of that, I would strongly encourage police officers to sign the oath. Sign it.
Christopher Shane Tanner, followed by Ryan Swinney. Ryan Swinney, followed by Lisa Christofferson. Lisa Christofferson, followed by Jack Corder.
Thank you, President Bassan. Thank you for that amendment. Appreciate you. Thank you. And city councilors, good evening. I first want to mention that the entire city section has 30 seats, and so the police coming to tell us we had to move from this front seat that I've been sitting in for 2 years, just because the Keller doesn't want to see my facial expressions, is a problem for me. Anyways, did you see the police came to tell me to move? Yeah. So goes along with this city and their lack of transparency. So weighing heavy on my heart are the human beings who were it happened earlier, from Barcelona Suites, people there that were on city vouchers because they have zero shelter on homes. They were displaced again from the hotel where the city took some of them, and so some of them are now out on the streets. One woman, sent some of you a video of that, I posted on my Facebook page. One woman had been in the hospital when they closed down Barcelona Suites, came out, was moved to that hotel, and that same day was kicked out because the city didn't reauthorize the vouchers that the people had been on when they're at Barcelona Suites. So why are people, again, being penalized and criminalized for poverty that they are facing, struggling with, and they're barely surviving? These are human beings who are in abject poverty, and however they got there, they're humans. They're humans first, and we are to help the least of these, however they got there. So I'd like for you to also consider, speaking of humanity, Job Corps. What are the plans for those buildings? Are they going to be leased for shelter? I do want to thank Julie Rockman and Sandy Palmer, and that whole Ward 31B raised so much money. Queens of Peace, thank you for helping organize. Thank you so much, Councilor Grout, Councilor Sanchez. Councilor Grout came in person. We met with the staff, and the kids there found out what they needed, and this community showed up. They showed up not only with luggage, they showed up with gift cards, they showed up with goods. So thank you, good job, city.
Doctor, you might want to not go far. Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. This isn't a question for her as much as a statement of what she just said. And I want to reiterate, and I can't speak for the councilors here, I just want to, personally, the mayor does not control what happens in these chambers. This body does, and this president controls that. So if you are being directed by some outside entity to do something within these chambers that we have not agreed upon or discussed, you do not have to listen to. And thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. She just brought up that some of the people that were removed from Barcelona because it wasn't, it's not safe, and now they're on the street. Can we, what's that all about? Because that shouldn't be.
Madam President, Councilor Grout, I was looking to see if ACS is here, and she's not at the moment. And we can absolutely follow up related to each of the individuals. I know that they have been following up with individuals that have had unique cases. Every individual has their own, whether they are on a voucher or in other circumstances. But we're happy to follow up with Dr. Christopherson and learn more.
Thank you. I think that's very important. I want everybody to have a safe place to live, and it's disturbing when I hear that their vouchers have run out and now they're on the street, and that's not good. So if we do need to do better at that. So will you please reach out to Dr. Christopherson, and if she might know something that we don't know. Thank you.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Just on the same topic, I would like to know what HHH's process are for spot checking and site visiting, where the folks we are funding, because that's what happened here, public. We funded vouchers. They placed them at the Barcelona Suites. Then because they were placing folks, and I don't know the organization, I'm not going to out any organizations, but they obviously put them in some standard areas, right? So then we went and said, hey, you're not doing the right thing for people, so we're going to not give you any more vouchers, right? Which is probably the right answer if they're not doing the right thing by putting people in good housing. But then those same participants fell through the cracks because we didn't hand them off to a different provider. So I'm just curious what HHH's processes, here we go, back to processes, to spot check and do site visits on, and I know you can't tell me now, but just I'd like to know what that looks like and how we can improve that. Thank you.
Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam President. Jack Corder, followed by Janet Sayers.
Madam Chair, Council, I am Jack Corder. I am a professional property manager here in Albuquerque. And it deeply concerns me that this council continues to bring forward measures to make amendments to laws that are currently on the books without consulting the property owners or any of the property managers in doing so. Every property manager in this city is concerned about safety of their residents. And for the city councilors and for the administration to continually propose legislation that will make changes to the laws without collaborating with the people that are involved with this on a daily basis, and to hear one side of the story at all is doomed to failure. We need to work together to ensure safe housing. We need to make sure that it's sensible and enforceable for all parties. Thank you.
Janet Sayers, followed by Anami Das.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. I'm Janet Sayers, resident of District 9. And actually here tonight, I'm just a little council history because I saw in the Sunday newspaper the obituary for Tom Hoover. And Tom Hoover was the first councilor 1974 to 1989 to represent District 4. And I looked at our council website and saw that he was, well, 13 years, and then he was followed by Councilor Herb Hughes for 8 years, and Sam Bregman, which I found an interesting fit there in District 4, for 4 years, and then Brad Winter for 20 years, and now President Bassan. But I was around in 1973, 74, when the very first council meeting started 50 years ago. And I did want to mention Patrick Baca. At one time, District 1 was the entire west side of Albuquerque. So he had everything from Westgate to Trisco to Taylor Ranch, if you can imagine having all that. But just to say a few other names, but again, Tom Hoover was also one of those people, he just wanted to make things happen for the city. Joe Abeda, District 2, Jack Colbert, then Tom Hoover, Sandy West, Ralph Loken, Alan Crum, Jack Rex, and Marion Cottrell. Those were that first group. And my strong recollection until the mid-1980s, when the city council chambers were right across here, you could smoke in the chambers. And there were little ashtrays hooked on the back of the seats. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't think while I'm president, I'm going to bring that smoking in the chambers back. So sorry. Sorry to those of you who think it's a good idea. No cigars. Moving on. Thank you.
Anami Das, followed by Joshua Price.
Interacting with this council has driven me insane, and I do mean that literally. I have no idea what's going on. I am going to the mental hospital right now. Thank you.
Joshua Price, followed by Tad Niemitzki. Tad Niemitzki, followed by Adeo Herrick. Adeo Herrick, followed by Tiffany Cunningham.
Good evening, Council President, members. I'm here to alert you to the presence of very big, very white, and very scary cameras. These cameras are owned by a group called Flock Safety. They partner with ICE. We're not supposed to do that. Denver City Council unanimously canceled their contract with Flock Safety. And I would ask that you all act with the same speed and urgency to protect our community. I come here today with the weight of a lot of Hispanics, Chicanos, immigrants who are scared to leave their houses. That's not America. Thank you.
Tiffany Cunningham, followed by Michael Donaghy.
Thank you, council members. I just want to say thank you for your time and attention tonight to bring awareness to the working people of this community for doing what you can to raise them up and give them a living wage. I was also, and I'm not just a teacher, I was also part of Local 3 IBEW in New York City, so I was an electrical worker that went through an apprenticeship. And some of the things that allowed me to be successful and lift me out of poverty through that apprenticeship were childcare, transportation. In New York City, you can get anywhere, any time of day. There's no division between neighborhoods in that manner. That's lacking here. And so I think that it's important to build those supports for our apprentices, for the people who are trying to raise themselves up in our economy. So those are some barriers I think that we should notice. I am part of District 1. Mr. Sanchez, I would like for you to please answer my emails when I send them to you. Thank you.
Michael Donaghy, followed by James Shanley.
Hey, how's everybody doing? I've been working in social services for the last several years, but only here in the last year. I was working for the county doing outreach, but they shut down our program unexpectedly. No, that's not your responsibility. But anyway, I bring that up to say that I've been doing outreach on my own, and I've come across a situation in my neighborhood where a bookstore owner is allowing people to illegally camp in his parking lot. Probably people have spoken about it before. I've tried to mediate the situation between the bookstore owner, people living there, the business owners, my neighbors, and with no success. So if you have any suggestions on how to bridge the gap, because I value being able to help people, and I don't feel like I'm helping anybody right now. Thank you.
James Shanley, followed by Rosendo Nahar.
Madam President, councilors, with respect to Councilor Lewis's comment about the way in which developments like the Sawmill can lift up Albuquerque, I think it's really important to remember that every part of our city is connected by corridors. Unless they fly in by helicopter to go to the Sawmill, they're going to travel down one of our major roads. And I recently took up a rather masochistic hobby of counting all the properties on some of our major corridors. So far, I've done Central, 4th Street from Lomas to Ranchitos, San Pedro, and Manal. In combination, 22%, or 510 of the business premises, either standalone buildings or premises within strip malls, are abandoned, closed for lease, unoccupied, not operating businesses. And we're building more. In some parts of town, as you know, one of the factors is that these areas are literally have become the residence of people who do not have housing. Anyway, I listened to an interview with Doug Peterson on the radio a couple weeks ago, and he talked about the fact that his frustration with the fact that potential developers or deal makers fly into Albuquerque, and after they drive down one of these corridors and see the devastation and ruination, they say, you know what, why don't you just take me back to the airport? I've heard from healthcare professionals that prospective people we need in the healthcare industry come into town, drive down a street, and decide this is not a place where I want to raise my family. What I would ask you is to please start focusing on how do we reestablish these corridors and make them part of the city that we can be proud of and that will connect truly one Albuquerque rather than a first world and third world part of Albuquerque. Thank you.
Rosendo Nahar, followed by James Freeman. James Freeman, followed by Trina Jellison.
Good evening, y'all. Madam President, it's actually worse than Lisa made it sound. I am absolutely outraged. Not only were those signs there, and we've been sitting there for a long time, the gentleman, the police officer, did not ask me to move, did not ask the other Caucasian individual to move. He only targeted Lisa. Now, I'm not saying it was racially motivated or there was a prejudice involved. I'm just telling you what happened. It was absolutely outrageous. Next thing I wanted to talk about, y'all asked about the Barcelona suites. So I asked that exact same question. It turns out HopeWorks said, oh, all these words are my opinion based on my research. I'm not here, representing any agencies. I asked that question, how did we let somebody live in substandard housing? How is somebody on a voucher, living in these conditions? And the answer I got from the housing director was, there's a lot of shifting between agencies with these vouchers. So we took over a voucher like from the Supportive Housing Coalition or another agency. So we hadn't done the first. They're required to do a monthly housing visit. So every month, the caseworker is required on these vouchers to go out there and inspect it and make sure they're maintaining, decent living standards. But we hadn't done the first one yet. And so that's kind of how we only had one. And we were able to turn that around and get them rehoused with only like a 5-day turnaround, which was pretty remarkable. We got all our people like, we need to get this fixed right away. But it is really interesting to see how this keeps happening, how we've now had six motels closed down. And my question too was, how did a motel even qualify for a housing voucher? Because typically they don't meet the minimum standards for most vouchers. And like I said, it was a different agency that got them in, but nobody on a housing voucher, only motel vouchers should have been used at Barcelona. So nobody on a permanent supportive housing voucher should have been in, but there were lots. There were lots and lots, and that doesn't make any sense. People are really falling through the cracks here. Thank you.
Trina Jellison, followed by Sal Perdomo on Zoom.
Hi, thank you, Madam President and councilors. I represent Cuidando los Niños, who is an organization that was established in 1988 for a very specific group of homeless or people experiencing poverty. And these are the hidden homeless. So these are the moms with small children that are afraid to be out on the street, either because they're afraid that their children will be victims of predators or that they are afraid that the state will take their children away. I reached out to Councilorwoman Grout because the city cut our budget this year. We run a very, very lean organization. We have housing and childcare. We do visit every single one of our people more than once a month. The minimum that we're supposed to visit is once a month. We visit more than once a month. We do hand-ups, not handouts, and we do active case management with all of our people. I'm very disappointed that the city had an ad hoc committee that cut our budget after Mayor Tim Keller used Cuidando los Niños as a State of the City address as an example of somebody doing it well as that we were allowed to present at the mayor's ball as an organization doing it well. This doesn't just cut programs, it also cuts our staff and puts our staff in a situation where our staff may be eligible for our services. So I just would like all of us to really think about, I was listening to this 227 million here and this whatever here. When you cut us by $500,000, you literally cut over 50 families that have been housed that will no longer be housed. So I think that it's really important for us to be aware of that and know that we just caused instability in our housing situation instead of stability in our housing situation. Thank you.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Ms. Jellison, for being here. This is for the administration. This is one group that does all of the good things, that has the follow-up that's we are asking for, and they're just doing good things. So they're, like she said, they're doing a handout. They're not doing the handout. They're doing the hand up. So they're giving them the tools and the resources to be on their own. And I was sorely disappointed when I heard that their funding had been cut, their contract had been cut. So could you please follow up with Ms. Jellison and see what we can do to make this happen? The one piece that really makes me happy is about what they do, is that they do go in and they make sure that the house, the apartment that they're in is well cared for, that the tenant is also doing their job to care for that property, their space as well. But they're doing everything right. And so we need to make sure that we continue to fund them accordingly, because it was a big cut. So would you please look into that and then get back with them, please?
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Grout, my understanding is that the Cuandano Los Niños was in the budget that we sent down from the mayor's office, and the committee sub that we received back was when it was cut from the budget. And we'd be happy to look into that and share that with you.
There was one piece in it, Madam President, there was one piece in there that I had spoken with Trina about, and there was one piece that they didn't need anymore, but their other contracts were what we're talking about right now. And those were not cut. So let's follow up on that, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam President. Sal Perdomo, followed by Sarah Azebo.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. Sal Perdomo, I'm speaking here on behalf of the Government Affairs Committee, Chair for NAP New Mexico. I'm also a proud resident of Councilor Grout's district. I'm here speaking on Resolution 163, which was on the consent agenda and was approved this evening. R163 provides better support for our planning department and permitting system and brings much needed predictability to the entitlement and building permit process. I wanted to just thank Councilor Lewis and all of the members of the council for passing this legislation and better supporting the ability to invest here in Albuquerque. Thank you.
Sarah Azebo, followed by Chelsea Martinez.
Hello, Council President and members of the council. I want to give a shout out to Walter with ACS for responding to a housing need for a young man after hours this weekend. Also want to express gratitude to the solid waste employee who was out collecting missed trash last Tuesday at 8 p.m. Tonight I have a wish list of requests for you. Sorry, I just lost it. The first is about cooling centers. Could you please help to be proactive in arranging cooling centers for the thousands of people who are without homes in Albuquerque in the summer heat? Open libraries, set up actual cooling stations where people need them most. Host events where people can rest in the shade for extended periods of time. Mayor Keller posted on Instagram that, quote unquote, everyone deserves to be safe from extreme heat, no matter their housing situation. I find it sad that he felt this caveat was warranted in one Albuquerque. He referenced splash pads and pools, shelters, and 24/7 transportation. I'm hopeful this is an invitation for all people to access the splash pads without discrimination or criminalization. Second, please invest in our youth. Albuquerque needs more ongoing, accessible programming citywide for youth of all ages. I recently learned Albuquerque used to open community centers for young people to enjoy dances, game nights, and other events on a regular basis. Can we bring those back? We especially need teen centers across the city. These will provide teenagers with opportunities to continue to learn, grow, and create rather than experience boredom. This one, could you please place a portable bathroom or some kind of bathroom in Rio Grande Park, where many people pass through on their way to bike, run, walk the Bosque? I have seen too many moons in the Bosque this season. Please continue to support organizations that are helping Job Corps participants who are still in need of safe, long-term housing, food, transportation, education, and employment opportunities. Many are still couch surfing now. We say we care about our youth. We need to show them that we care. They need us. Am I out of time?
Yes, you. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Have a good night.
You too. Madam President, Chelsea Martinez has left the meeting, so we're going to Marcelin Costinger, followed by Rudolph Serrano.
Hi, I want to talk about the rent ordinance that was given a no recommendation in the Land Use and Planning Committee this last week. Wasn't ready for prime time was how one counselor described it. Well, I'd say many of the ordinances criminalizing homelessness that we've seen pass this council haven't seemed anywhere close to thought out and ready for prime time. This one is. This one gives basic and crucial rights to tenants by requiring very basic things from landlords, like early notice on rent raises, transparent fees with reasonable caps, and the ability to get timely repairs when left neglected. Think about our current situation. Think about the 44% of Burqueños that rent. Rent's already getting higher. Many of us look to be affected by looming federal cuts to crucial programs like SNAP and Medicare. Look at our already high and rising underserved homeless population in the city and think, do we really want to miss our chance to do something? At this moment, with so much uncertainty, you have a chance to give people one certainty, one thing that shows folks their counselor may try to understand their lives for even a moment. This ain't the end all, but I encourage any level-headed Albuquerque resident or counselor to read the bill and find any major sections where the rights given aren't just fair understandings one should have when seeking housing. We have a chance to do something historic and pull Albuquerque back from becoming just another American city no one can afford to live in. Please, for the sake of sustainability, survival, and the people of this city, approve this rent ordinance when it comes to vote. Please.
Rudolph Serrano, followed by Rhiannon Samuel.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the council. We're here. That's Diva. She's a service dog, and like every service dog, she's got the right to get into the buses. And the reason I'm not in that meeting is because I'm afraid that a bus driver is not going to let me in. Like I see, they don't let a lot of people, even though you have all the credentials of the dogs. But I'm still here at distance. And I promised in the past I was going to talk about the fourth right. And it's very important right now because we're seeing the fifth right forming. But let me explain the fourth. After Germany stopped paying for the Third Reich in 1974, they start forming a new economy, trying to come back to power. And we finally defeat them. And what we see is that all those people moved to Frankfurt. I'm talking Soros, I'm talking BlackRock, I'm talking Rothschild, and they're forming the Fifth Reich, which is going to be the LGBT community Reich. And we saw in World War II 666,000 LGBTQ members in Germany, and now in Los Angeles we have 66,000 members of the LGBT community there too. And we see how they're dragging the Mexican community down against the United States, trying to destroy the triumph of the people because we won. Not every state won. New Mexico lost, California lost, but the people that have sense and the respect for the children won. And that was my comment today. We have to be careful with this hate that these people is bringing and bring it to the account of national security. Thank you.
Rhiannon Samuel.
Hello, Madam President and members of the City Council. I'm Rhiannon Samuel, and on behalf of NAOP New Mexico, I'd like to express our support for R25-163 that was already passed on the consent agenda, which it provides much needed resources to improving the permitting efficiency within the planning department. I wanted to let you all know that this resolution is a direct result of meaningful collaboration between the private sector, Councilor Lewis, the administration, and the planning staff. We're really grateful for the sponsor's leadership in moving this forward. I also wanted to take a moment to say that NAOP supports R25-167, which is on your letter of introduction. It's an opt-in zoning conversion, which is really thoughtful, and a voluntary approach to increasing housing options citywide. both pieces of legislation reflect a kind of strategic and coordinated action that is needed to address Albuquerque's housing and development challenges. There is certainly more work to be done to improve the systems and processes and increase allotment for higher densities across the city. But we will definitely work with staff on those things during the typical IDO amendment process that is underway. So really, I just wanted to thank you for your leadership and forward thinking on both of these things, and I hope you have a good evening.
Thank you. Madam President, Kathy Colvin and Alan Lesec are not found in Zoom, so that does conclude public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. So the next item on the agenda is under approvals, and I am going to start it because we're going to end up needing to table it so that our clerk can go ahead and tally our decision. Under approvals, OC 39 is the selection of the Inspector General. The Accountability and Government Oversight Committee selected the top 3 qualified candidates in the following ranked order: William Hoffman, Joseph Throneberry, and Gregory McCormick. All 3 individuals are available to address the council if we have questions for them or would like to hear from them. I believe all 3 are on Zoom. The council rules provided a procedure for appointments made by the council, and we are going to follow that procedure this evening. Ballots are being distributed by staff that list all 3 candidates' names. Councilors are to indicate the order of their preference with a 1 for their first preference, 2 for their second preference, and 3 for their third preference. After councilors complete their ballot, staff will collect the ballots and tally the results. We will then table the bill while the votes are being tallied, and then when we get back from break, we will go ahead and untable it and announce who ended up being selected by the council as the new Inspector General. The person with the lowest score will be the one that is selected. Councilors, did anybody want to speak to any of the candidates on Zoom, or are you satisfied? I know that most, if not everybody, had met with them on interviews, but thank you. Okay, so technically speaking, I make a motion to approve. I need a motion to approve the Inspector General, though, and then we have to table it. I skipped that part, and we just went to the voting. So I would like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
OC 39. There's multiple seconds. Now I make a motion to table. That would be Councilor Champagne. Councilors, all those in, did everybody turn in their ballots? All those in favor of tabling OC 39, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. With that being said, we will go to break and come back at 7:35. We are back from our break. Thank you, Albuquerque. All right, we were on OC 39. I'd like to make a motion to remove from the table. There's a second by Counselor Feeblecorn. All those in favor, the other counselors are on their way back from dinner, but all those in favor of removing from the table OC 39, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 5-0 vote. Counselor Grout is here, and then I know that Counselor Lewis and Rogers and Baca should be joining us shortly. In regards to the OC, this is the selection of the Inspector General. Prior to the break, we went ahead and submitted ballots to determine who was going to be selected as the Inspector General. The one with the lowest score has been selected by the council, and I would like to make a motion to approve Mr. William Hoffman as the new Inspector General of Albuquerque. There's a second by Counselor Champagne. Counselors, any discussion? All right, all those in favor of approving William Hoffman as the new Inspector General, please raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 6-0 vote. We're moving on to OC 41, appointment of 2 candidates to the Board of Ethics. I'm sorry? Mr. Hoffman, thank you for being here and congratulations. I see you up there on Zoom.
Yes, I'm here. I thought I would linger for a few more minutes. Thank you all very much. I'm very honored to accept the position. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll look forward to seeing you soon. Councilors, we're moving on to OC 41, appointment of 2 candidates to the Board of Ethics. Council candidates to the Board of Ethics are Missy Rogers, who withdrew as a candidate, Clayton King, and Levi Green. Both individuals are available to address the council if we have questions or would like to hear from them. Being that there are 2 vacancies and 2 applicants who have been forwarded for selection, I would like to move confirmation of Mr. King and Mr. Green. There's a second by Counselor Grout. Counselors, any questions or comments? Counselor Lewis and Rogers are back. Those in favor of approving OC 41 with Clayton King and Levi Green, please raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-0 vote. Oh, thank you. I apologize too then. This was on OC 41. We do have 1 speaker, Adeo Herrick. I apologize sincerely for skipping over that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Welcome back. I just really, want to echo what some of the press here, the independent press here tonight was saying about honoring their oath. I'm particularly concerned about loyalty tests to any one person. I'm particularly concerned about loyalty tests that violate the Constitution, that threaten to, oligarchize, to consolidate power. And I hope that these candidates for state auditor, I hope that they make an oath to the Constitution and never to a man who calls himself king in America. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, I'm sorry I skipped over prior to our vote. Councilors, we are moving on to OC. Wait, hold on. OC 40, selection of the city auditor. This will follow the same standards as the selection of the Inspector General. Staff is going to, I'm going to read it again just for the record. I know we had a break, but the Accountability and Government Oversight Committee selected the top 3 qualified candidates in ranked order. All 3 candidates are available to address the council if we have questions or would like to hear from them. We're going to receive ballots that are going to be handed out from staff now. The council rules provide a procedure for appointments made by the council, and we're following that procedure this evening. The ballots distributed by staff list the 3 candidates. Councilors are to indicate the order of your preference with a 1 for your first preference, 2 for your second preference, and 3 for your third preference. After councilors complete their ballot, staff will collect the ballots and tally the results. I believe all 3 candidates are here or on Zoom for comment or questions. Before we do any kind of voting, councilors, would you like to ask or say anything to the candidates? Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you. I just had a question for, I don't know who answers this question, but we do have someone who actually was in an acting capacity. So what happens at that point if she does not get appointed? Does she go back to acting capacity within her regular city job?
And
Mr. Morrow?
Council President Bassan, Councilor Sanchez, that is correct. She has been in an acting capacity as the city auditor for some time, but she would go back to her previous job, which I believe was like an assistant city auditor. Thank you. Sorry.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
I'm sorry, I just don't think people could hear that. Can you repeat the position that she would
Ms.
be going
Vargas,
back
if you
to?
want to go ahead and state your original role. I know that you're the current city, interim city.
So my
interim
original,
auditor,
yes.
Internal auditor.
Apologies.
Sorry.
My original role is internal audit manager.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions or comments? All right, so please go ahead. Yes, please go ahead and score for either Marisa Vargas, Abinette Bellichew, or Joseph Throneberry, and then return your ballot to staff. I did it again, though. I would like to make a motion to approve OC 40. There's a second by Councilor Rogers. Now I would like to make a motion to table OC 40. There's a second by Councilor Grau. All those in favor of tabling OC 40, please raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? We have now tabled OC 40 so that staff can go ahead and verify and tally the ballots. Moving on to, somehow, no, my pages got twisted around. I apologize. Okay, so now we're going to move on to EC 424, lease agreement between the City of Albuquerque and Heading Home, a New Mexico nonprofit corporation located at 2040 4th Street Northwest. I move approval. There's a motion and a second by Councilors Grout and Feeblecorn. Councilors, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor of approving EC, oh, sorry. Gosh, okay, I'm not gonna do that again. Thank you for interrupting and making sure I'm on that. Let's go ahead and go to the public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. James Freeman to speak.
Which one is it? This one? Good evening again, y'all. Just really want to ask for your support on this. I was a former client of Heading Home. I stayed at the AOC for 90 days. Very impactful agency that improved my life tremendously. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes comment, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. Who's currently in the location right now?
Madam CAO.
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, we have Gilbert Ramirez here that can speak to the current occupancy and planned occupancy.
Good evening, Director.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, Heading Home is currently occupying that from a previous contract that went into a month-to-month following them being there. So now we're solidifying for July 1 in preparation to renew.
Madam President, how long have they been there now? How long was that contract?
I want to say, I'd have to get you the exact dates because I'm estimating there, but I want to say at least while before we decommissioned Coronado Park. So they were there providing services to the individuals there, and then that park got decommissioned and folks are relocated.
And Madam President, do we know what the facility was used for? Has it always been a city building? And you,
forgive me.
Just a little history on it, please.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, previously it was a law firm that owned it, and then the city acquired that property, given the location and the issues we're having with that park.
Madam President, do we know when we acquired that property?
I'd have to get you the exact date, and I can, sorry, I didn't have that ahead of time.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm thrilled that you brought these, and they're for July 1. Yes?
Madam Chair, Councilor, assuming it's approved tonight, yes, we would implement my.
So we're a couple weeks away from July 1. How soon will it be executed, signed, and delivered?
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, upon completion today, we would route for all signatures and it'd be effective.
That's awesome. That's the way immediate action should work, is that when we do that, and then within a couple weeks, done. Not forever. So I'm glad. Thank you. We'll be following it.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? All right. The motion is for approval of EC 424. Please raise your hand and say yes if you approve.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote.
Thank you for the support.
Councilors, I'd like to go ahead and remove OC 40 from the table. There's a motion and a second from a few councilors. All those in favor of removing OC 40 from the table, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes 9-0. Councilors, the tallies are in, and I would like to make a motion to approve OC 40 with Marisa Vargas as the new city auditor. Is there a second? There's a second by Councilor Rogers. Councilors, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anybody opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. To everyone involved in this process, thank you very much for your willingness to serve and for applying. To those of you online on Zoom, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for being here. Moving on to EC 425, request authorization of approving 3 social service agreements with Heading Home, the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness, and Safe House to provide additional permanent supportive housing services. I move approval. There's a motion and a second by Councilor Grout. Councilors, any questions or comments? Seeing none, the motion is for approval of EC 425. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Oh. You guys, I'm like so on it, I'm not on it. I apologize profusely. Thank you. Thank you. All right, public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Lisa Christopherson. Oh, yeah, and James Freeman. Thank you.
Thank you. You're doing all right. You're overworked. Yes. Thank you so very much. I believe that the social services that we have some of them are phenomenal. They are doing the work, right, of our city and with our own Burqueños, helping Burqueños. So this is fantastic. You all have, in the 2 years that I've been attending, have been very supportive of housing and shelter. And so I want to thank you all for that. Have you all possibly considered, just on the Heading Home, just giving them the building instead of having them pay $10,000 in rent every month? That could possibly go to help the unhoused. And I'm wondering if in these agreements, does it, for Heading Home, New Mexico Coalition, the Safe House, is there any other way that the city could possibly help them with their costs? Because they're doing the work for the city. So is there any way, like an in-kind or something like that, reduce their rents or reduce their costs so that they can provide even more services to the public? Thank you all again for considering this. Thank you.
James Freeman.
Hello again. Yeah, I do remember when Coronado, when that was a law, it was about 2020 when they moved into that building. And I just co-sign what Lisa just said. Just give them the building. The amount of work that they do, they're administering 150 housing vouchers for y'all, which is almost like 30% of the entire city. 596 is the entire supply. So just just give them the building instead of charging them $10,000 a month in rent. I think it's more appropriate. I don't know Safe House, but I definitely know the other two agencies. I know Connie and Monet very well, and they're definitely doing God's work, and I strongly urge your support. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone for keeping me on point and for your patience. Any other questions or comments on EC 425? All right, seeing none and knowing that we went to comments, let's go ahead and vote on moving approval of EC 425. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. We are on to final actions this evening. Councillor Feeblecorn, RA5, and we do have people signed up to speak for comment.
Gotcha, Madam President. RA5 is amending Article 2, Section 4 of the City Council Rules of Procedures regarding committees of the council. I move it do pass.
There's a motion and a second by Councillor Rogers. Councillor Feeblecorn to open.
Thank you, Madam President. This just came about because we do not have anything in our rules that allows a non-member of one of our committees to come to the committee to present a bill that they are sponsoring. And so we just wanted to clarify that within rules so that if you have a bill that you're not on that committee, you do get to attend and at least speak in favor, do an opening, do a close, and answer any questions about the bill.
Councilors, any questions or comments? Let's go to public comment real quick, and then we'll come back in case anything comes up.
Thank you, Madam President. Lisa Christopherson, followed by Adeo Herrick.
Madam President and city councilors, as someone who is here always complaining and very skeptical of government, I am very excited about any kind of a bill that adds layers of transparency. And I understand because I watched your committees during I'm not always present, but your 10 o'clock ones, I have my students watching. Like, this is how government works. This is how you write arguments, or, we use it for English. So we use a lot of what goes on here, even days after, in my classroom and with our 8th grade. So, but what they always keep asking, and what I always keep asking, right, is we entrust you all with not only our money, but our lives, and our homes, and our streets, and our parks, and our kids being out and about. And so any layer of transparency that we can have, I am excited about that. I urge your support for this, please. Thank you so much for working with us. Have you noticed we're behaving ourselves out here, right? It's a give and take. So we appreciate you all. Thank you. Please support this bill for the transparency. I'm not saying we don't trust you all, but there are some, who have a mayor position who don't trust. All right. Thank you.
Adeo Herrick, followed by Tad Numinski, but I don't think Tad is present this evening. So Adeo Herrick, please.
Good evening, council, members, and I think this is a great effort to increase transparency, to get better, arguments and debate for our bills. I want to take a small moment to thank President Bassan for inviting the public to more of our committee meetings. These are important, and these are where things get done. And if you're not paying at them, you're not paying attention to the full picture. I also wanted to speak to Councilmember Lewis, Councilman Lewis, and ask you how you enjoyed the ranked choice voting, because I believe that it was, hopefully a intuitive experience, and that intuitive experience might be enjoyed by more of Albuquerque to strengthen our elections and, again, help moderate things a little bit. I'm a little worried about, a community member who spoke earlier, Anami Das. I hope I hope we can all do better for her, and I want to thank you all for listening.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you. Councilors,
any questions or comments on RA5? I do want to just say a couple things. So on the surface, I thought this was great and fine and really kind of almost just neutral for me. But then the more I think about it, and I mean, no disrespect to the intent of this or to the public comment or anything, but I've said it before. I know I've said it to many of you privately, and I've said it on the record, but I'm going to say it again, that let's just get rid of committees. I can't stand them. And if we want to start showing up to committees to, you know, introduce our bills or close our bills or participate in the committee, I think that that kind of goes against what the committee was designed to do. And if we're going to have 5 to 9 of us at any committee meeting, whether they have voting rights or not, I just feel like we could just have, I mean, and the public's been asking for this too. Let's get rid of committees and have council once a week instead of committees every other week and council every other week. Because that's something that I think makes more sense to me than us sometimes showing up or not. And then I don't want to look lazy if I don't show up to talk about my bill, which really is not what I'm trying to do, right? Just sometimes I feel like this one's a no-brainer, it should be fine. And then if I don't show up, now I look like I'm kind of just rolling with it, and I don't want that to be the wrong appearance, even though that's not the intention. So for those reasons, I don't end up supporting this, even though I think the intention is good. But I would hope that if one of us shows up at a committee meeting, that the chair of that committee chooses to call on the counselor to be able to do that, but not because it's by a rule. Counselor Feeble-Corn to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I feel very strongly that if I am sponsoring a bill, I have a right to present that bill and be present to answer questions anytime it's being considered by my fellow counselors. And so the system we have does not guarantee that right. And I would be fine if there was a proposal to get rid of committees, but we do not have that before us. And again, I feel like it is my responsibility when I sponsor a bill to be able to attend and answer questions and do an opening and a close. I am not asking for the right to vote in a committee that I'm not on, obviously, but every legislative body that I've been a part of, including our state legislature, other city councils that I've spoken before and worked with, the sponsor of a bill has the right to be present and answer questions about their own legislation. And so that's all I'm asking for with this, and I urge your support.
There was a close. Thank you. We've closed on RA 5. Counselors, those in favor, please raise your hand and say yes. Those opposed, raise your hand and say no. No. That fails on a 2-7 vote. Counselors, we are moving on to Counselor Grout by request, R168.
Thank you, Madam President. R168 is amending the adopted capital and implementation program of the City of Albuquerque by approving new projects, supplementing current appropriations, and changing the scope of existing projects. I move it to pass.
There's a motion and a second by Madam Vice President. I see that we have a public commenter, but I don't see him here, so I'm going to move on from that. I do know that there are some amendments. Counselor Grout?
Just a couple. I'd like to offer floor amendment 1. And it is on page 3, line 32, reduce the total amount by $300,000. Page 3, after line 32, insert the following lines. Brentwood Hills Park, GO interest, Embudo for $75K. Embudo Hills Park, GO interest, $75K. And on page 4, after line 2, insert the following. Manzano Mesa Park Security, GO interest, $150,000. The explanation for this, the amendment reduces the appropriations from the Balloon Fiesta Park by $300,000 and creates an appropriation for both of those parks and includes an appropriation for Manzano Mesa Park security.
There's a motion. I'll give it a second. Any counselors, any questions or comments? Counselor Grout did give me a call today to discuss this and indicated that she's also talked to Parks and Recreation Director Simon on this as well. So I'm happy to be able to try to help out in finishing projects while also making sure the administration is on board, and I am as well. And you all can just throw me $20 million of your money next year so I can finish mine. Just teasing. Apparently I'm delirious today. I'll blame it on the heat. Any other questions or comments, counselors? Counselor Grout to close on amendment number 1 to R 168.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President, I urge your support.
The motion is for amendment 1 to R 168. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Counselor Grout, amendment number 2.
Thank you. Floor amendment number 2. On page 3, after line 3, insert the following. Of this, 500,000 shall be set aside for the Wandabo to Eubank Multi-Use Trail in Council District Number 9. This amendment sets aside 500,000 for the Council District 9 Multi-Use Trail Project from Wandabo to Eubank.
There's this motion for amendment number 2. Is there a second? There's a second by Counselor Sanchez. Any questions or comments, counselors? Counselor Grout to close.
I urge your support.
All right, the motion is for amendment number 2 to R 168. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed? That passes on an 8-1 vote. Counselors, we're back on R 168 as amended. Any questions, comments, or other amendments? All right, that being said, Counselor Grout to close.
I urge your support.
The motion is for R 168, do pass as amended. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Moving on to other business, EC 418, line item veto of committee substitute R 25-132, appropriating funds for operating the government of the city of Albuquerque for fiscal year 2026, beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026, adjusting fiscal year 2025 appropriations and appropriating capital funds. If the council wishes to attempt an override of the mayor's line item veto, they will make a motion to override. If no motion is made or if a second is not received, the mayor's veto stands. Also, if a motion is made, second is received, but 6 votes are not obtained in favor of the override, the mayor's veto stands. We're going to take these line by line, councilors. Is there a motion to override line item veto number 1, Office of Permitting Language, page 3, lines 8 through 11? Councilor Lewis?
Madam Chair, I move to override.
There is a motion and a second by Councilor Champagne. Questions or comments from the council?
Madam President.
Councilor Lewis?
Madam President, thank you. So as you all know, we just passed a resolution tonight that was on consent that directs this budgeted money to the planning department. And it was, agreed upon certainly by this council and worked with the planning department on that as well. But so we were able to, in the budget, we were able to give, a good amount of dollars, of budgeted dollars, to the planning department with some direction and some direction to have people within that department that really own the efficiency of the permitting process. The original language, which we do need to amend at some point, and I think we can do that in August when we come back, just to reflect the resolution, what we did tonight, and by simply changing some language to reflect it better. But I think there was a misunderstanding regarding, in the mayor's veto, it described a reason for eliminating that language was because of a conflict with the state office, but that's just simply not the case. Even the original language, I don't believe, and certainly our attorney who helped us, craft that and draft that, did not believe that it was in conflict at all. And so, I don't want to let this statement stand just because I think it's incorrect. It's not a true assessment of the original language. So what we simply need to do is just come back, because we approved the resolution tonight, is just come back with a quick budget amendment on changing some of that language to reflect the resolution. Mr. Morrow, is that accurate as far as a process that we could go through in that regard?
Mr. Morrow?
Council President Bassan, Councilor Lewis, I believe with your direction, we would be able to pass or not pass, we could introduce a resolution to clarify the language that was vetoed in this line item.
Thank you, Madam President.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? The motion is to override line item veto number 1, Office of Permitting language. A vote in favor of this will override the mayor's veto, and a vote against this will sustain the mayor's veto. All those in favor of overriding, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed? I think that fails, if I saw it right. 5-4? Councilor Champagne.
This isn't under an EC 418, and we're subsectioning each one now and voting on each individual one, or is it all together as one?
No, we're voting on each line item individually because it was a line item veto.
Okay.
Ms. Enriquez, was that 5-4? So that override fails.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a motion to override line item veto number 2, condition on economic development funding?
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez?
Second.
Councilor Sanchez, for the record, will you please state your motion?
Yes, the motion to override veto number 2.
Second.
And there's a second by Councilor Grout. This is for the condition of economic development funding, page 4, lines 22 and 23. The second by Councilor Grout. Councilors, any questions or comments?
Just wanted to ask the council services staff, did this amendment cut funding from any nonprofit organizations?
Madam President, Council Sanchez, no, it did not.
Thank you. And then another question, does the city currently have a multi-year contract with AREA when awarded RFP?
Madam President, Councilor Sanchez, the city currently has a contract for up to $1 million with AREA from July 2024 through June 2029 with an annual amount of up to $200,000. This contract does have an appropriations clause that says the terms of this agreement are contingent upon the city council for the city of Albuquerque making appropriations necessary for the performance of this agreement.
Thank you. And was AREA included on the non-recurring list for this budget?
Madam President, Councilor Sanchez, no, it was not.
Were the groups mentioned in the veto message, like the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center, on the non-recurring list this year?
Madam President, Councilor Sanchez, no, they were not named in the non-recurring list.
Thank you. Got a question for the administration. How does the administration decide which nonprofits get funded under this program?
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Sanchez, I'm not sure which program you're referencing. The contract for AREA was an RFP related to economic development and specific promotion of the Albuquerque area. They won that RFP. This language that is specifically related to this is related to one specific line in the non-recurring list that was cut for $53,000. That was, or I'm sorry, maybe 50. I might be saying that, but it was specifically related to advertisement, promotion, and development of the city of Albuquerque area.
So this didn't cut funding to anyone. It just made sure that we followed through on a contract we already agreed to. AREA wasn't on the non-recurring list that we got, and we weren't given a list of who else was being funded. So it's not council picking winners and losers. It's us honoring a commitment the administration had already made. And that's basically the gist of this. So I urge your support.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor, I'll come back to you for a close. I just want to ask the administration as well. I know that because there is contracts involved, I mean, because there was some funding that was cut from AREA from what I was understanding, is AREA going to be made whole for the remainder of their contract before any other negotiations may begin?
Madam President, the line item veto language specifically speaks to the fact that the Economic Development Department's budget is set within the budget. When we looked to how do we accommodate the direction of $250,000 without the additional dollars that were in the non-recurring line, we have to look to the available funding within the department with that language that's very specific. And that a good portion of the Economic Development Department's funding, it goes into individual contracts with nonprofits and staffing. And so we have a situation in which we would be either laying someone off from a position or using that funding from a position or from the contracts we have within the department.
And Madam CAO, so you're saying that either it's going to be money going to area or money going to the nonprofits listed in the veto message?
Madam President, it is, they're all nonprofits areas as well. So it is, distributing the funding from economic development amongst the nonprofits that we have currently planned to have contracts with. So
Okay.
we are limited within the budget with the Economic Development Department.
But Madam CAO, didn't we already have a contract with the full total dollar amount for area that we need to make sure to make whole and follow through with?
Madam President, as mentioned by Council Services staff, that contract does say in it that it's related to, we always have the appropriation language that allows us to, if we have to, amend our contracts that we have with, whether it's area or any of the other nonprofits that economic development currently contracts with for services related to economic development.
Okay, a couple more questions. So is there, I mean, I've heard about this, so I don't know, but I just do feel like I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if I didn't ask. Is there a travel budget for the Economic Development Department?
Madam President, I would be able to answer that question if I had the budget in front of me. Departments do sometimes have small travel budgets. I doubt that it's a $50,000 travel budget.
Okay, and then, thank you, and I know that was just, I had to ask, but at the same time, I guess my concern is that what I remember us putting in the budget was specifically saying that we have to make sure to pay area. And we didn't say what had to be cut or what didn't, or maybe that, we couldn't lower the dollar amount across the board for many people, right, if we needed to. But the message did indicate that the council is pitting these nonprofits against each other. And really, the council just said, we want to make sure the area, their contract is made whole. And that's what we said. And so I do think it's a little unfair that it's made to seem that by either overriding this veto or sustaining this veto, the council is prioritizing one nonprofit over the other when the council wasn't doing that, from my understanding when we approved this. And so it is a struggle to me. I was told earlier today that area's contract would be made whole and there would be a way found to do this. So it's concerning to now hear that no, it's going to be a renegotiation and that, all of that seems to be the case. And so if I'm incorrect, please clarify.
Madam President, my statement about the option to renegotiate it being there was just simply to remind us that we have that option, whether it's with the area contract or the other contracts that we may have with nonprofits, or I'm sorry, with any contractor, I should say. It has nothing to do with just nonprofits. I think the language as it is written into the budget and where it is written is that it comes from that, but the area contract shall come from that, and that is the impact that we have within the economic development budget. I believe that we all believe in the area, what area is doing and what their contract does for the city. And we have a goal of keeping all of these nonprofits whole, but we all have a limitation in our budgets. And we will work the best we can, but the reality is the funding has to come from somewhere, and which means we have to not do something to be able to fulfill it at this line and the way it was included in the budget.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Sanchez to close on the motion to override line item veto number 2, condition on economic development funding.
Thank you. Can Council Services tell us what the vote was when we actually approved this? I'm almost thinking it was unanimous. Okay, while you're looking for that, Let's just not forget, I mean, we had a budget. This is something that I thought was important for Albuquerque and for the residents, the citizens, everybody that lives in Albuquerque. I think it's just something that was very, very important, and we all know what area does to help us out. Also, we're dealing with a $1.5 billion budget, and all we messed with at City Council was 1% of that. So I just can't see the logic that the city comes up with and the administration to deal with this small amount of money. And then we already heard also that these groups weren't listed prior to the vote. So with that, I just urge your support. Thank you.
All right, Counselor, was that your close? I know you were kind of had a question on the table, but I don't know how long. Ms.
Let's see.
Grumler?
Can you find it?
Council President and Councilor Sanchez, we had one excused counselor, so it passed with an 8-0.
8, and that's for the whole budget, though. That wasn't for
That was
the
for that
amendment?
specific amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so the motion is for an override of line item veto number 2. Counselors, all those, I'm reminding you, those who say yes are making the motion to approve the override. Those who vote no are motioning to sustain the veto. Raise your hand and say yes if you'd like to override. Those opposed? That fails on a 5-4. Is there a motion to override line item veto number 3, Cycling USAC Masters Championship Funding, page 8, line 26? Seeing, you can make a motion if you'd like, Counselor, and then we can talk about it. Okay, Counselor Champagne, what's your motion?
Make a motion, Madam President, I'll make a motion to override item number 3.
There's a motion, is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Champagne, or Counselor Sanchez. Counselor Champagne, your question?
Madam President, my only question is, it states in the mayor's justification that they may not come to Albuquerque in FY26. What is the motivation behind may not? Is there an explanation?
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, Director Simon is here. I think he, Parks and Rec have the relationship on this, and he had updated information from them related to this.
Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Madam President, Councilor Champagne. We did have a series of USA championships that we were happy to host. We are not on the docket to host a championship in this next fiscal year.
Counselor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. If we weren't, and we knew this, why was it put in the original budget from the mayor's office?
You know, Madam President, Councilor, I think it was just a labeling issue over this recurring, a non-recurring amount that had been added to the budget. The sort of a titling and labeling issue, I guess is how I describe it.
So Madam President, is the may not an absolute, or what if they do show up?
Madam President, Councilor, these are the funds that Council has, graciously appropriated several years running that allow us to support these events when they do come, to allow us to promote professional and amateur sporting events that do generate the revenue for the city. So if they did come and we had the funds available, we would support that. Absolutely.
Okay. Madam President, I still am unclear of it. They may not, they may, you're saying they're not, so we don't have to worry about the funding. Do we have a definitive yes or no if they're coming?
Madam President, Councilor, we are not scheduled to host a USA Cycling Championship this year.
Okay, that leaves a bunch of confusion on why we put it in the budget then.
Again, Madam President, Councilor, I just think it was a title of the appropriation that is generally used for a diverse activities to support pro-am sporting events, and I think that one thing became kind of the lead name, and I don't think that was the intention.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Madam President.
Counselor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. I serve on that Visit Albuquerque board, And typically when they have different employees that go out looking for events to bring to Albuquerque. And the sporting, it's my understanding that we're not going to have it in this year, in this calendar year. And it works with the Parks and Rec department. And so usually they plan these well in advance. And so they might come back in 2027, but right now it's not going to be here.
Counselor Champagne?
Thank you, Counselor Grout. It just adds to my confusion then. If we knew about this in advance, why was it put in the budget in the first place? If we knew about it beforehand, it seems odd.
Did you have anything else, Counselor Grout? Counselor Lewis?
Madam President, if this veto stands, where does the money go? Mr. Morrow, or anybody?
Ms. Rumler?
Council President, Councilor Lewis, the transfer stays. So the money that was originally going to the Parks Department for the cycling championship still remains with the Parks Department. But it is lodger's tax funding, so they are required to use it for tourism-related activities.
Okay, and then, Madam President, if we were to override this, where does the money go?
If you were to Council President, Councilor Lewis, if you were to override the veto, it stays as put. It would still have to go to the Cycling Masters Championship unless the council brought forth a resolution to clean it up.
So is it, Madam President, is it either way, we could bring forth a resolution and allocate these dollars? Or is it, if we override it, we have more of an opportunity to allocate these dollars?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, either way, as far as we can tell, the council will need to reappropriate the funds and dedicate them to a specific program.
Okay, Madam President, so it would just seem to me that we might as well just override these. And it seems like we have a little more. I mean, it would share a reason for. It would present the reason for us coming back and actually appropriating these dollars where they should go, which is our responsibility as a council, rather than just letting this money get dissolved, within the department. And that's true for all of these, by the way, except for the first one, which was really just a language change. That money's already going there anyways, which either way. But I mean, on these ones, I think it's important that this comes back to the council and we have an opportunity to allocate these dollars. It seems like we could best do that by simply overriding these vetoes, specifically in this one and the others. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Champagne to close. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a question about, in the mayor's memo, he said he would want to reallocate it to Route 66 Centennial, but would that mean we'd have to change the departments? Because right now it's in Parks and Rec. So, or what department is this money housed in? And I thought it was Parks and Rec.
Madam CAO.
Madam President, I just wanted, thank you, Councilor Rogers. I just wanted to, just one correction. The dollars do not go into Parks and Recs if they are not allocated here. It specifically states that it's a transfer from lodger's tax to the general fund. So that balance would just sit available for an appropriation and remember, because they are lodger's tax dollars, it has to be for tourism purposes.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. And so we're saying Route 66 Centennial is for tourist reasons? Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Lewis.
Madam President, and that proves my point. Look, it's just going to go back into the general fund, and it's our responsibility to allocate those dollars anyways. So it makes sense to just override these, and then let's come back and allocate it. And certainly work with administration on where they should go. Thanks.
Councilor Champagne to close.
Urge your support.
Councilors, again, if you vote yes, you're agreeing with an override of line item veto number 3. If you vote no, you're agreeing with the sustaining line item veto number 3. All those in favor of an override, please raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Those opposed? That passes on a 6-3. We're moving on to the final one. Is there a motion to override line item veto number 4, Bands of Enchantment funding, page 8, line 27?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to override item 4.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Lewis. Councilor Champagne to open.
Thank you, Madam President. This one is stated that this is based off of an anti-donation clause, the city procurement ordinance, and the city charter. And I would ask our council staff if we can address these 3 issues.
Mr. Morrow?
And Councilor President Bassan, Councilor Champagne, as mentioned, the 3 distinct issues have a couple, bring up a couple different issues. The primary concern is regarding whether this would constitute anti-donation. It would entirely depend on the nature of the services provided for the city. Generally, anti-donation prohibits the contribution to private entities without proper services provided in return. My understanding is that the Bands of Enchantment provides at least some public benefit and is uses a public facility, so the nature of what those services provide would really need to be analyzed specifically. Regarding the procurement alleged violations, again, it hinges specifically on the nature of the contractual services to be provided. Again, we had discussed that some of the services to be provided could require, could be related to acquiring musicians or providing advertising, which are exceptions to the procurement code and would not in any way require a competitive procurement methodology. Finally, the answer as to whether it would be a violation of the separation of powers, again, depends on how the actual contract was executed. I think there is some consideration as to whether the final contract would actually be executed by the administration.
Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. I think that addresses the issues that put forth. I mean, we're talking about a program that airs on PBS and is partners with PBS and is partners with the city for the last 4 seasons of this program. And again, I don't think it violates the anti-donation clauses. There's often exceptions for public events, taking Freedom Forth when you have headliners and stuff like that that are paid. Again, I mean, we talk about all these different events that are put on that the money goes to directly. There are exceptions expressed in Section 5520. Alone has 31 expressed exemptions that it can apply to this. And after discussions earlier today and trying to weed through this, this council approves budget, and because it was brought up on the separation of powers in the sense of that this council approves budget, and saying that we're directing or we're trying to take control and take care of this contract when it's really not what it is. It's we appropriate money, the administration comes forth and works out the negotiations of the contract to stay within the boundaries of to make sure that we don't violate any laws of anti-donation and such. So I think we've answered the concerns from the administration, but I'll leave it up to our comments from my fellow councilors.
Ms. Keefe?
Council President, thank you. I think we have answered the concerns. I just want to address a couple of things, both based on the staff write-up, which I think had some misleading statements in the statements tonight. The city can't give money to a private entity even if it really likes the event that it's holding, or even if it thinks the event has a public benefit. And a lot of events have a public benefit. They're really good for the city, and we can't give money to the event on that grounds. And some of the events that people have talked about that in comparison are city events. The city, of course, can hold an event and then can spend money on an event. And that doesn't mean that we can also give money to someone who is holding an event. What we do routinely are sponsorships. And sponsorships as Mr. Morrow said, we negotiate for consideration, and that consideration is usually promotion, publicity of the city itself. So that's how those contracts satisfy the anti-donation clause, by being sure that the city has consideration. I think the concern here was that there was a very large increase in the amount. So we have been negotiating with Bands of Enchantment for years over the amount of consideration, and all of a sudden there's a much larger amount, and there was no explanation as to what additional consideration the city would get that would justify that. But however, after having these conversations, I think we can proceed forward. I think it's a valid point that all we're doing right now is allocating funds and try to work out a deal that will ensure that any contract that is negotiated will be within the terms of the anti-donation clause. But I just felt I needed to clear that up because I think there were some misleading or confusing statements. But in terms of separation of powers, my main concern was that the money for this project was included in and allocated to the city council budget, which seemed to suggest that the city council was going to manage this program or this contract. And so I think, again, that is something that will have to be addressed in some way.
Just real quick, before I move on, I want to, because I talked to Ms. Keefe today, I talked to some staff, talked to a couple counselors. It sounds like, I want to make sure that my comments are very clear before I proceed with my vote. But the funds are currently appropriated to the council services, correct? I'm seeing nods from our budget. The administration essentially, and in this budget, has been directed to create a contract with Bands of Enchantment, correct? Or is that not correct?
Madam President, I would say that's not correct. It's right now allocated to city council. That is not a direction to the administration to do anything.
Does our council staff have anything to add or change or agree with? Or
Councilor Bassan, that is correct. Currently, it is allocated to city council's budget.
Okay, so funds are in the council budget, and then come August or whenever, should this get overridden, then council needs to come up with a resolution directing the administration to create a contract with Bands of Enchantment for a certain amount of dollars. Is that correct?
Council President, yes.
Is that correct from council side?
Council President, correct.
Okay, and so then at that point, with what Bands of Enchantment offers and the fact that they are who they are, they would be exempt from the RFP process. Is that correct?
Council President, that would really depend on what's negotiated. I think the concern that the mayor is raising is right now it seems like $580,000, and we really can't just hand over $580,000 without going through an RFP. But it depends on what's negotiated, what's actually going to happen. I did have some concern about the proposal that it be broken up and paid to bands, because again, that kind of somewhat gets into anti-donation. Just paying for talent at an event is still giving a donation to an event. But if the administration is able to work out a contract or a program, there may be likely a way also to ensure that it's properly procured.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Morrow, can you please, I want to make sure all this is what we talked about earlier. I want to make sure everybody hears this conversation that we had, so thank you. Mr. Morrow and Ms. Bradley, in the conversation that we had, we discussed, some of it's advertising, some of it's actual music, some of it's bringing in tourism, or however it's going to be, however the hairs are going to be split. It's all dependent on the contract. How do we ensure, without violating the separation of powers, and without violating the RFP process, that's both things right there, that we got to make sure we do both, not one or the other, and that's the risk that I see us potentially taking. How do we ensure that the contract is created by the administration without us bossing them around too much on the details, while still making sure that we can support getting this funding to the Bands of Enchantment?
And I think Council President Bassan, councilors, I think we're going to share the answer on this, but the direction of council to assist Bands of Enchantment, our understanding is there are a number of procurement exceptions that do not require these to be competitively bid. That's what we discussed regarding advertising, hiring of entertainers, and that is what my understanding is what the underlying proposed contract to be. Ultimately, A finalized contract would go through the city attorney's office for final legal review. It would go through the procurement division to make sure that it checked with appropriate procurement methodologies. And the kind of generalized appropriation of $580,000 to bands and enchantment in and of itself does not violate a law. It would require a finally executed contract to comply with all applicable laws.
And Ms. Bradley, what else do you have to offer about some of those exceptions or anything else I might be missing?
Madam President, there are times when the funds are appropriated and we have a discussion about how to procure after the appropriation. So it has happened in the past.
Okay. And so the last thing that I have to say is just to make sure that I follow up on some of it was the whole idea of the separation of powers where the funding is in council services and we were going to manage this contract, which in the conversations that I had with Councilor Champagne never has been the intent or anything. So it is my understanding that it would be acceptable for if and when this contract is created and approved by legal and all of the things, that then an activity number would be provided from council services to whichever department, and that would not violate the separation of powers and would be okay? Is that correct? Because the funds would be paid for out of council services like we pay all the other departments for projects from council services.
I guess, Madam President, I thought we had discussed earlier was just a transfer to the appropriate department, most likely arts and culture.
Okay. So as long as council services transfers the funds via either a resolution. Or some other mechanism, there's still no concern over the separation of powers for that aspect.
Generally, yes. I mean, obviously, there are ways the separation of powers can we talked about today, sort of the level of specificity. There could always be, a resolution that violates separation of powers, but just the transfer of these funds with the direction to create a program to support bands of enchantment, that would not violate the separation of powers.
Okay.
Something of that nature.
And Mr. Morrow, do you agree with that? Do you have anything else to add to that?
Councilor Bassan, I agree with the city attorney and I have nothing further.
Okay, those are all my questions. Next up was Councilor Lewis.
Madam President, well, I think that's the way to go. I mean, let's keep this in there and work toward a legal contract that we give to that the administration puts together. I think there's enough work on this that we're not far from making sure it's legal. And we're certainly not saying that use these dollars in a way that's not appropriate. I mean, and by the way, we hand checks to bands for Summerfest, like dozens of bands every year directly for Summerfest just to play. So so there's and I think the administration could take this position on just about anything or pending contract if they wanted to. And so it seems like there's a pathway forward to at least give it a shot and see if we can come up with a legal contract to do something that's culturally, I think, going to be, positive for our city. Many examples of this, again, like in Austin and other places that have been real beneficial, to tourism and to the city in that regard, and to just the whole cultural lifting our city up in that way. So, so again, I would support the override and keep these dollars at least directed in that direction and see if we can come up with something different. And we can always, again, it gives us the ability to be able to appropriate this somewhere else if this doesn't work out. I mean, otherwise, again, it just goes back into the general fund for the administration to decide whatever they want to do with it. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. So I have some questions. Hearing all the dialogue is kind of contrary to what I've been taught since I started many years ago here on council. So, I just have a little bit of concern when we're specifically naming an organization that we're going to give money to, and then we're going to give an organization $500,000. So let me preface this with saying, I know this was your only ask. I think it's awesome. I want to be supportive, but now next time we do budget and we go to our councilor sponsorships, if we start to name organizations within those sponsorships, I think we're opening up a whole can of worms. And then I just wanted to say that we have been told, and this is something that I have been told from our council staff forever, is that under our council sponsorships, we can only go up to what is the threshold, $75,000 or $100,000 without having to go to RFP. So when did that change? And I didn't get the memo. And so this is why, as being budget chair several times now, I have always kind of moved with that instruction in mind, right? So when I've relayed to the counselors that you can only do your council sponsorship and then you meet a threshold and then you have to go to RFP. So now we're saying that and the separation of power is kind of a different thing, right? I mean, we always have questions about separation of power. I'm not too, concerned about that here. I think there's a way to navigate separation of power. So I think for me, that's off the table. But I really want to hear on the record, what is that, where are we headed with this? Because next time we do budget, I mean, there's a lot of organizations out there that I can see that can use $500,000. And this is a, nonprofit, just like anyone else in the bands. And we are convoluting some of what we're giving bands money to play for city events, which we give all the time. I don't think this is part of that conversation either. So I really want to hear, when did we change it from not going over, what is it, $75,000 or $100,000 without having to go to RFP?
Ms. Brokaw, Ms. Bradley, Mr. Morrow? I mean, I don't know if it's legal.
Or Council President, I think you might be confusing two things, because generally we consider sponsorships to be $20,000 to $30,000, whereas the RFP limit is $100,000. The difference here, we sometimes do higher sponsorships. The 20 to 30 is their sort of run-of-the-mill garden variety sponsorship, where there's an event and they put up the city seal and maybe the table for the city, those kind of promotional activities. Some events do generate more promotion for the city, and we can justify a larger amount. Can we justify $580,000? I don't know. I mean, that I think is why we flagged this issue. But so city legal will generally approve $20,000 to $30,000 for a sponsorship. We will approve more if it's clear that the city will get more benefit. If there's something more that we're getting. And so with Bands of Enchantment, where we've generally given $100,000 before, we get a lot of social media activity. There's a lot more than the standard sponsorship. But this is a big increase.
Madam President, so my point there is that when we're explicitly naming an organization to get more than the threshold of you're saying 25,000 or 50,000 or the 100,000, I mean, where does that legally put us?
Madam Vice President, who would you like to
Because I'm
ask?
supportive of Councilor Champagne's request, but then I come forward next time with some requests.
Madam President, Councilor Pena, it really depends on the procurement method. And so I think that primarily if we're talking about just professional services, then we're talking the 100 grand threshold. But if we're talking about something that's more than that, then we have probably 40 other ways to buy it in the procurement ordinance, if that makes sense. So I think that that's where we're talking a little bit differently about this one, because it involves more than just professional services.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I don't have any more questions, but unfortunately, this all leaves me with a lot more questions, so I think we really have to go back and look at how we're doing this, because nothing's meshing with what my understanding is. And thank you, Madam Chair.
It's not necessarily germane to the bill, but along that point, 2 years ago, I know that Mr. Melendrez had met with City Legal and we had discussed the appropriate amount for sponsorships, but that is 2 years ago. It might be appropriate to discuss that again and to have a general understanding of how much would be appropriate for a sponsorship.
Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. It's just a follow-up to Councilor Pena's question. Was there an RFP for the Masters Championship funding of $350,000? And you specifically named this administration. We specifically named this group to get money. Is there an RFP?
Madam CAO?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I can ask Director Simon. I was not here when we had the event in the past.
Director?
Yes, Madam President, Councilor Champagne, in the case of those funds that you just addressed through your vote, those funds do not go directly to the USA Cycling Organization. Those are funds the city uses to support these large events, pro and amateur sporting events that we want to attract and host in the city.
Okay, so it could be safe to say the same thing, that we want to use these funds in advertisement and such to host a company or a U.S. championship in this case, to bring in other people and
every aspect,
visitors and.
Yeah, they would be used for every aspect of hosting an event.
So that comes down to the contract that the administration and say Bands of Enchantment or the U.S. cycling team would then work out. And
Madam President, Councilor, yes, that is how we would approach it.
Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple questions. Is Bands of Enchantment for-profit or nonprofit? Anybody know?
Bradley?
It is a production of the New Mexico Public Broadcasting Service, but it is a profit company.
It's a for-profit business. So we're not talking about giving money, 500 and some thousand, to a nonprofit. It is a for-profit business. Thank you. The money that we've appropriated, is it public money? Just a rhetorical question. Yes, it is, right?
Sorry, I forgot to say, Madam President, Councilor Rogers, yes.
Okay. And in your amazing professional experience, what would be the appropriate procurement method for a contract of this size?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, this would be something exactly what I was saying before, that I would sit down with everyone involved and I would say, okay, what is this? What's happening? I know that that's happened a lot with the folks here. How are we going to do this? What's our decision? And then we would go through city legal and make sure that everyone was on board with how we were going to go forward.
Okay, and thank you, Madam.
Councilor Rogers, hang on. Ms. Keefe?
Thank you, Council President. Councilor Rogers, I think one of the reasons we're having trouble answering that question is we don't know what this contract is for.
I'm getting there. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. You're taking my thunder here. Madam President, my next question is, based on what you know of the event, what they do, what they've presented, we had a whole presentation to council, so we all know what Bands of Enchantment is and what they do, and we have the little booklet. Based on your knowledge of what they do, what would be the correct procurement method for this type of money going out the door?
Ms. Bradley?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, the way the contracts were in the past is going to be different than this one, because there's going to be pre-production, post-production, bands, advertising. There's going to be, it's working with the city for a city program, kind of like one of the National Senior Games that came. That was a huge event as well that we worked with them on. So it would be a combination, like we have seen in the past, of contracts with some services and then some of OEP, other exempt purchases with advertisement and music, and paying the musicians.
Thank you, Madam President. That sounds very complicated. And so, again, the procurement method would be what, an RFP, a sole source? What would, like, specifically the procurement method you would recommend for this?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, it would be 5529 for a professional service, probably part of it. 5520E for advertisement, and 5520 AA for professional services.
Thank you, Madam President. So it's safe to say we would need multiple different types of contracts to be able to disperse this money in the first place.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, yes, and with a lot of the items on the that we have for non-recurring, we do have multiple contracts for different aspects of the programming.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Champagne to close.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you all for the discussions and the clarifications. This was never intended to, the sponsorship or this idea was never intended to do what the administration's office is. I've said it many times, I have trouble doing my job. I don't want to do the administration's job as well. And yes, to take away from, without adding into the sense of it's a great program and a great benefit, much like a lot of the things that the city does in sponsors. It's been pointed out that it is convoluted. It is a contract that would take multiple discussions and making sure that we do follow the right deal, which isn't unheard of in many of the aspects that we do. And I think I pointed it out on even just the simple Masters cycling championship, as far as an RFP and so on and so forth. I think that several weeks ago, we discussed something of the administration agreeing some land contracts with the farms down in the North Valley that didn't go through an RFP because even though those were over 100,000 and they felt they could talk their way and come up with a better idea. This is not much different than some of those things in the sense that just because it hasn't been done in the past doesn't mean that it can't be done this way in the future. Public and private money going toward housing that we just talked about in the Sawmill, that's Central and San Mateo. We got to come up with different ways to enhance our city and work our way through them. The direction is here's some funding, administration work on a contract to make sure it's legal and we're not violating anything, and then the exchange of funds. I think this is a great benefit for not only the city, but us as a whole. It's a good program. So I urge your support in this. It's in this override.
Councilors, the motion is to override line item veto number 4, Bands of Enchantment funding, page 8, line 27. A reminder, a vote yes is to override, a vote no is to sustain the veto. All those in favor of an override, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 7-2 vote. There is one more business, another agenda item, sort of, under other business. Did you have something? Okay. Before we get to Q&A, councilors, I want to say that a little birdie mentioned today that there was a party and we weren't invited. Kevin Soroso is going to be retiring, and apparently he had a party and didn't invite council, and I guess that's probably because it's been quite a ride. So congratulations and best wishes. It's my understanding this might be your last council meeting, and I hope that we made it pleasurable for you, but Q&A is not over.
Thank you, Council President Bassan. You are correct. Your little birdie was right. Probably the worst kept secret in the city. I am retiring. We did have a party at lunchtime today, and it has been a ride. I'm thankful if you do get your every Monday meetings, I will be gone, because every other Monday is enough. Just a great thank you to everyone. It's been, I've been in government for 35 years, been in this retirement system for almost 28, and I've seen a lot. I could write a book. I may write a book. But it's been fun, it's been challenging, and thank you all, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to say goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, Councilor Lewis?
Madam President, just a heartfelt thank you, Kevin. I mean, you've served well, and I know you don't have to. I know anybody that served and had the career you've had. I mean, I'm sure you could have spent other time in a private world in other areas and probably made a whole lot more money and maybe had to deal with a whole lot less from a crazy city council at times. And so just a heartfelt thank you and a real great, hopefully you have a great retirement and hopefully think back on nothing but good days here at City Hall. So thank you.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I had not heard that till just this moment. I know, you've taught me a lot. Even before I came to council, you were someone I always could count on to give me the straight answer and solutions to the issues that I faced. And I know this role kind of, made it a little weird coming from that to this. But I just want to say personally, thank you, because I learned a lot from you. And I hope you're not going to go too far, because now I'd really love to pick your brain about Thank you. Thank you for all your work. I just have to say thank you for teaching me a lot.
Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to wish you well in your next chapter. What are you going to do?
Council President Bassan and Councilor Grout, I'm going to do everything. and nothing. My uncle, when he retired many, many years ago, and he's long since passed, but he said, I wake up in the morning with nothing on my to-do list, and I go to sleep at night with half of it done. And, you know, I hope to be able to live that dream. And also, if there are, you know, if there's a nonprofit or two out there that's looking for a board member, you know, I'm going to keep my CPA credentials. And, you know, I think I can volunteer my time, and I can bring certainly some of my experiences working with a governing body and boards and commissions to a nonprofit. So if there's any nonprofits out there that are looking for some board members, reach out, please.
If you just want to reach out to Daniel Manzano, you can go ahead and apply to some Albuquerque boards and commissions. There's some vacancies. All right, counselors, that's enough sap for me. It's extra, but thank you and congratulations. Moving on to the last agenda item tonight, admin Q&A. Counselor Champagne.
First, awesome. Just kind of I have only a handful of questions, but a couple of follow-ups. I did ask last meeting of the code enforcement, Madam President, of the code enforcement and the timeline and number of violations for the hotels that the city had closed, and I was awesome to see that they sent me an email stating the 7 that closed, but there was a lack of timeline. It shows that you guys, the date that you guys found the violations, the number of violations, and that you closed it based on the violations, but I didn't see that there was like, this was the 5th investigation or the 6th or a timeline in that sense. I just have the 7 that were closed this year based off of massive violations. Is there nothing in the timeline is what I'm looking at?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I can ask them to follow up with some additional detail. I think that he's right here and can do that.
Snuck up
Sorry.
Director, good evening.
Council President and Councilor, we thought the dates of the events, since they were all in sequential order, were the same as a timeline. So if you could share with me what you mean by a timeline other than
okay,
dates?
so we'll take, Director, we'll take the first one that we sent of the address of 6015 Iliff Road. It shows that on March 11th of this year that you saw the violations, you listed the violation. Was there no inspections prior to March 11th?
Oh, Council President and Councilor Champagne, now I know what you mean by timeline. You're asking for the history on the properties.
Yes.
Each property had numerous contacts with the city, some of them going on for years. Is that what you mean by
That's what I would
timeline?
like to see,
Okay,
yes,
okay. Now I understand what you mean. We will be glad, Council President, to provide the councilor with the history for each of the properties.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Director. I
Sure.
appreciate that. Madam President, I just have three more questions, and I think they're going to be for the police department, if the CAO can't answer them themselves. I was recently downtown enjoying my off time and found, yes, it's not in District 2, it's 2. When everything was being let out downtown, it seemed to be the procedure for police officers and their vehicles to park their cars in front of establishments and run their lights and sirens for 5 to 10 minutes at a time continuously until the crowd dispersed. My question, is this a procedure that's in the SOP to leave your lights and sirens on at high decibels for people leaving the establishments downtown?
Council President, Councilor Champagne, it's not an operating procedure for that, but it is a method that we do use depending on how the crowd is. The main thing is that we have to ensure that once the bars close, that we have the avenues to exit and that people are not congregating and causing more disturbances within the crowd. So that's just one method that we use in order to get the attention and to have everyone leave peacefully.
All right, Madam President, what I saw was 10 to 15 minutes of this on, 5 minutes, and the crowds were not hostile. They were hanging out afterwards and slowly dispersing, but it wasn't as immediate, apparently, to the command staff down there that was allowing or ordering this to happen. So it seems redundant and actually aggressive on our part to sit there and have a loud decibel siren in people's ears because they're sitting and talking for a few minutes after it closed, but that's my opinion. I also noticed that the horse-mounted, Madam President, the horse-mounted unit is being used quite a bit lately. Is there an SOP that I can see as far as what they're called out for, or any kind of a criteria of how they're used?
So Council President and Councilor Champagne, the horse-mounted used for a variety of reasons. They use a lot of TAC plans that we use. You've seen through the success stories that they actually do assist. You know, there's a couple videos that gone viral.
They chased somebody down the other day. Yes.
And I know that they are used on crowd controls, so they are utilized in downtown at certain times. But as far as they're operating, it's consistent with a lot of the crime trends and then also the downtown area. So we've seen success that when they're downtown, that the crowds and everyone is peaceful. And we haven't had many incidences downtown when they're out. So
Madam President, I agree. It's awesome to see. My concern is, when I was with Air Support, you had mandatory downtime because of what the conditions of flying does. My concern is that I see them out a lot at a lot of functions, and is there mandatory downtime for those horses and the officers themselves? Is what my
Council President, Councilor Champagne, we actually do. We abide by a lot. We give them downtime. There's a lot of times where they're not being able to be utilized if they're used back to back, or they can't be used back to back because, of course, they got feeding and some other things. Just like police service dogs, right? They could only be fed and trained at certain times, so we do. And then we have a lot of collaterals, and then we're fortunate enough to have a lot of horses where we can rotate them in and out along with officers. So that's not an issue for us, but thank you.
My last question, Madam President. One of the follow-ups that I got received about what the National Guard are being used for stated that there are 12 National Guards assigned to the RTCC, which we had asked, and due to the drone program just starting up with APD, not having those positions filled, that the National Guard personnel will be replacing the 12 officers needed for that program.
Yes.
Now, when it says 12 officers, you were going to have uniform officers up at the RTC to fly drones?
Council President, Councilor Champagne, that is an option. You know, we would love to. One thing that we do great with the department is where we don't need a badge and gun, we're going to try to do civilianized. But however, the original first plan, if we do get to reach to that officer level that we have, and we have enough boots on the ground, then we'll be able to utilize them. So as of right now, those are positions that the city we don't have to hire. And one of the great success stories, I'm not sure if you heard last week, but one of the actual National Guard members were actually able to watch a camera, and they actually seen an overdose on Central, and they were able to get dispatched officers because we had more eyes at the RTC looking at a lot of the cameras. So I do think there's some success stories, and just like that, where we don't need officers to be at the RTC, they're helping out tremendously. So.
Okay, and Madam President, so were there officers, uniform officers at the RTC that the National Guard, or they just filled in empty slots?
Right now, we have some supervisors that are sworn. However, because of the manning levels that we are, and then the program that we're doing with the National Guard, is we don't have to fill those. Eventually, we will propose either to have them be officers or civilians. My hope is to turn those into civilians so we don't have to use the officers, and we could put the officers on the street. But that is one option that we were looking at before.
Madam President, is there going to be training for these the civilians to see what a police officer might see on these cameras and be able to direct officers to it?
Yes, Council President and Councilor Champagne. Yes, they have gone through the same training, and they actually went through the same training that the officers use in the drones. So they're up to date with every single training that an actual officer would do.
Madam President, will there be any ride-alongs for them to see on a street level of what an officer sees on a daily basis?
Councilor Champagne, they've already completed that during their training. So they've already done that. We're one step ahead.
Very good. And another, Madam President, last one. The follow-up was that I understand you're busy, And I look forward to the phone call that I was promised by you of explaining
Yes.
something that happened in District 8, so.
Yes,
Okay.
Council President and Councilor Champagne, just due to the severity or sensitivity of it, I just need a little more information, but I can get the information to you, reference the case that you're asking me about.
I appreciate that.
I will call you first thing in the morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Counselor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess maybe just a question or a conversation with Ms. Keefe. If let's say a city councilor used their city email, to communicate with their, say, a campaign manager, and not just a mistake. Let's say if I did that, it maybe more was just a mistake. Maybe it was 3 or 4 times over multiple, days and back and forth with a campaign manager using my city email. I mean, what would be the exposure, like legally, or exposure to the city for an elected official or even an employee misusing a city email like that?
Council President, Councilor Lewis, oh yeah, it is still on. First of all, in your hypothetical, are these campaign-related emails, or are they just emails?
Campaign-related emails.
Okay, they're not just chatting.
Specifically to a campaign manager.
Regarding the campaign. I mean, I don't think there would be exposure for the city. I think it would just be a problem for the candidate. But the
So
city.
you don't think it has any, I mean, it's just political? It wouldn't have any legal implications or exposure to the city?
Not that I can think of.
Would you advise that it was inappropriate?
Oh, I mean, we have rules.
There's what?
There are rules prohibiting that.
What are those rules?
Are they I believe it's the personnel rules prohibit campaign activities on city time, on city property, with city computers, with city emails. That's all prohibited.
And what are the consequences of that? I guess if it's an HR rule there, what would be the procedures? Like what, again, I mean, if a city employee was caught doing that, what would be the personnel implications of it?
Council President, Councilor Lewis, it would depend on the infraction and also the individual. For example, that sometimes those, I know there have been personnel board hearings, personnel board, issues related, there has been discipline imposed on city employees who have engaged in campaign activities on city property or on city time.
So if it was one of us or the mayor, I mean, what would be some of those procedures?
Councilor President, Councilor Lewis, somebody could make a complaint to the Board of Ethics, and then I believe the Board of Ethics can issue fines.
So that's it? It's simply because it'd be completely campaign related? It wouldn't apply as to the employee?
And that's where I was saying it depends on the employee, because some city employees have been disciplined. Elected officials, really, there's no one to discipline them, so it's a matter that would go before the Board of Ethics, or, it would be a political issue, but there's no one, I can't impose discipline on a city councilor.
Right.
So it has to be handled other ways.
But you would advise one of us that that would be inappropriate, correct?
Well, again, there are city rules prohibiting that conduct.
I'm sorry?
There are city rules prohibiting campaign activities on city time and on city property.
So would it be appropriate for the Inspector General to investigate that?
Council President, Councilor Lewis, yes, and I know that that office has conducted investigations into that type of issue in the past.
Okay. So it would have to be an opponent maybe that would initiate an ethics, would the clerk's office initiate an ethics investigation?
Council President, Councilor Lewis, no, the clerk's office would not initiate it on their own, but somebody could make a complaint. It could be an opponent, but it doesn't have to be.
Right.
I don't believe there's a standing requirement.
Okay. I think everybody knows what I'm talking about. I mean, I didn't mean to just, it's not a gotcha question. It's just simply that, the mayor wrote multiple emails back and forth with his campaign manager, talking about campaign business. Nothing but an abuse and misuse of city resources. So, I mean, partly, this is not a political thing. This is, partly we have oversight in some ways, to city resources and how they're used. But I guess if it's just simply a matter of an opponent having to expose that, I certainly think that, if that's, I think that would apply to the Inspector General, again, misuse and abuse of, investigating any kind of misuse or abuse of city resources is exactly what that office is set up for. But I think at the very least, an apology would be appropriate. I know that's something that I would do. Not only that I made a mistake, but I did it multiple times and knowingly violated that. So are you aware of an apology that the mayor's made, or a single apology that the mayor's made, or a conversation about that to say, hey, I get it, I misused city resources and I'm not going to do it again. I learned my lesson.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I'm not aware of what emails specifically you're speaking of and exactly what content was within those emails. So without that context, it's difficult to address. But I can say that I know that the mayor uses his own personal email and his own, for campaign, he uses a campaign email and keeps that separately. If there are emails that were authored on the wrong email account, I would expect that that would probably be either an error or the content would be not intended to be campaigning content. That said, I think understanding the context through specifics might be a way for us to look at that and know whether or not there needed to be an apology or an acknowledgement of that. But I will be honest, I think people write us all the time on our city issued emails. I know that I have received emails over the year, I would say over the last 30 years of being in public office or a public administration, in which I have had to direct individuals to then move that communication outside of my, because it wasn't appropriate or part of my job, or appropriate use of the public content or tool of the email. So I without any more context or more information, without understanding what exactly you're addressing, but also just for the sheer fact that we're doing this every day, all day, working, many times emails will come in that need to move across to another platform if that's appropriate. I know that occurs in many cases. Most elected officials have to do so, manage that.
And Madam Chair, I'm sure it's hard having to answer, for your boss. So I'll give you some context. They were all initiated by the mayor to his campaign manager, multiple emails over a period of time. They were initiated by him. There's back and forth with his city emails, his mayor email, regarding getting votes, regarding talking to the unions about maybe we go to this meeting and that'll help us get votes for this election. And so and by the way, these were obtained, I didn't obtain them, they were, I understand they were obtained through an IPRA request. And so it's public information that was sent to the clerk's office, or the clerk's office investigated our city resources, all the money we spend on IPRA. These are investigators that actually found it. Public information because it's on the mayor's city email. And it was given to the public because the public owns it. I mean, that's the public's property. They own his email, they own my email. And so this content and context was all on there. So knowing what you know now, would you advise the mayor to not do that again?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I think we all agree that the use of city email for campaigning, as we've said, for employees or elected officials is not the preferred method of communication. I think, I would encourage you to have a conversation with the mayor. I think it's more than appropriate for that conversation to be with him.
Well, when I text the mayor, he sends my text to the Albuquerque Journal, so, which is fine, I guess. Again, even though it's our private telephone call. So I just give everybody his private telephone number and say, well, the Journal will get it anyways. But again, this is his private city email that was used for campaigning purposes, and it's all out there. The public knows it. The public owns those emails. I would expect at the very least an apology by the mayor. I'll certainly call him and tell him he should do that. I would hope that his attorneys and everybody else would remind him of the same thing. And at the very least, I think this council, who's given some oversight, the Inspector General, given some oversight to misuse of public resources, deserves at the very least an apology from the mayor for knowingly and repeatedly misusing his city-owned email for campaigning purposes. So thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. I have just a few questions for Director of DMD. First of all, I want to thank you for finishing the project on Lomas, on East Lomas there. The sidewalk between the sidewalk and the curb looks really nice. And we've already had some people compliment it, so thank you. The next thing I want to say, we had another constituent reach out. She's very excited about the Masterworks art show that will be at the Albuquerque Museum of Modern Art and Politics in Germany between 1910 and 1945, and it's opening in August. But she's really concerned about the construction at the roundabout that's at 19th and Mountain. So I sent you some questions that we wanted to, we thought we'd take this opportunity just to get the word out that there is a really neat exhibit that's coming to the museum, but also we want to make sure that people understand that there is some construction and there is a plan, okay? Yeah. So how long is the roundabout construction expected to last?
President Bassan, Councilor Grout. I'm sad that Director Sanchez isn't here to tell you about the great exhibit coming to the museum in August. I just was researching it, and we're actually the second city in the U.S. to get it from Germany after Dallas-Fort Worth. So it's a huge accomplishment for the city. And if you're interested online, you can read all about it. It's about the intersection of art and politics in Germany between the world wars. So it looks phenomenal. So, but I'm here to talk about construction. So we kicked off construction of the new roundabout at 19th and Mountain last week, and it's scheduled to be complete at the end of October. And data shows, just a plug for roundabouts, that roundabouts improve safety, promote lower speeds and traffic calming, and reduce crashes. And so we're really looking forward to completion of this critical safety and traffic calming project in an area of town where we know there's a lot of pedestrians and cyclists.
Thank you. Do you have a plan for moving people across to the museum?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, yes, we do. We worked very closely coordinating roundabout plans with the Albuquerque Museum and the Natural History Museum. The museum's website provides information about the construction and a detailed map to determine an alternate route. And although the sidewalks at 19th and Mountain intersection are closed for construction, the sidewalks immediately adjacent to the museum are open, and visitors will be able to access the museum and parking lot from 19th Street. And I tested this myself later last week and had no issues accessing it at all. And then just for future reference, contractors are required to submit traffic control plans to DMD related to closures. And in this case, the contractor submitted a traffic control plan to DMD when the closure was proposed. And the closure is reflected on the city's barricade map and on Google and Apple Maps. So there's ample ways through the website and also online to look at how to access the museum. And then if you're old school and you're walking around Old Town and you want to see where to go, we have signage all over directing the detours.
Very good, thank you. One final question, is there sufficient signage to direct those people?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, yes, there is. We have a variable message board at Rio Grande identifying the closure, and then there are detour signs throughout the area. And again, I just want to end by saying how exciting this exhibit is and to encourage folks to safely access the exhibit.
Thank you. I think this is great. I want to thank the Arts and Culture Department for bringing this exhibit to Albuquerque. I think we are lucky to have it in the Southwest and here specifically in Albuquerque. Thank you.
Is that it, Councilor Grout? Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to follow up on some questions from last meeting regarding the National Guard and the labeling on their uniforms, CERT. Did we ever find out what that meant?
Welcome back.
Council President, Council Rogers, it is Community Emergency Response Team. So, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I guessed, and I said that's exactly the name they're going to come back with, and that's exactly the name you came back with. That's hilarious. Second question, are they deployed already?
Yes, they started, Council President, Councilor Rogers, they actually started on June 4th.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. So that means we have a plan with where they're going to be stationed, where across the whole city, not just District 6?
Council President, Councilor Rogers, yes. And as you know, they're used at variety. Like, for instance, we had officer-involved shooting that occurred yesterday. Our National Guard members were able to hold perimeter positions to free up the officers and police service aides to respond to more. We had a SWAT activation last week. We have a SWAT activation currently right now for a homicide offender, which they are helping out and relieving officers and police service aides to respond to other calls for service. So yes, we are using them throughout the city, not only within your jurisdiction.
Thank you, Madam President. Can I please get a breakdown of how many, where, when, for the whole city?
Council President, Councilor Rogers, I do not have that handy, but I can work with you and get you one.
Thank you. That would be wonderful. And the other last question you may not be able to answer, but I've been vocal about the humanitarian efforts that were listed on Chief Medina's letter to the governor asking for services. I've asked for safe outdoor spaces on city property that your officers continue to ask for, a place they can take folks where they can legally camp. And is there any movement on that request?
Council President, Councilor Rogers, I know that Chief Medina is working on that task. I know that the National Guard, I know that we explained that we would want them to help with humanitarian. However, we want to make sure that this is a success, so we want to do the stages of crawl, walk, and then run. So we are actually seeing that the National Guards can help us out more than what we task them. And as they build confidence, and of course we build confidence and make sure that everything is going smoothly, that we will expand their roles.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. With all due respect, I don't think APD should be in the lead of the humanitarian efforts on Central. This should not be APD, just saying, administration.
Well,
Councilor
Rogers, we do some good
please do not
community
interrupt me when
policing.
I'm speaking. That's not how this works. You must speak through the president, and that is, you do not have the floor. So with all due respect, I deserve that respect, and I will demand that respect. Thank you. Madam President, my question for the administration, not DC Hernandez, or Chief of Staff Hernandez, I would like to be personally involved for my district, not the whole city, on what these humanitarian efforts look like. And I would love to collaborate with you on that.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, understand, we've had discussions with the governor's office. They're ongoing discussions and Chief Medina is involved in those conversations based upon the National Guard deployment right now being, the number of bodies and how they get done. And so, or how they get assigned, I guess I should say, by the general. So those conversations are ongoing. I understand you'd like to be in them.
Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. I apologize for the last minute question, but I forgot. It wasn't on my list. And it's for the CAO. Who approves the special event permits for the city?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we have multiple types of special events permits. And so there are permits that are issued through parks, permits that are issued through special arts and culture. Then there are times when we have permits that are obviously evaluated by multiple departments depending on the location.
Okay. And Madam President, is there anybody who investigates if these permits are followed correctly or?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, it depends on the location of the event, the type of event. It really does. vary every time based on what is asked for within that permit. So it's difficult to answer the question just because I think it depends on each of those conditions.
Madam President, this specific permit was provided to us by the administration and was asked, and it was for the rally that happened on the 14th. And now, as much as I say one way or the other against the rally, but it was brought to my attention after reading this that the amplified sound was not applicable for what this permit was allowed, but yet there was speakers and microphones and amplified sound being used. So it's been brought to my attention that this wasn't followed properly, and if there's a follow-up to them not following their permit properly.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I'm happy to look into both the special event permit and the parks permit that were issued and determine if there was any concern. I think generally our violations come from, violations would be related to other types of ordinances or other that we would need to look into.
I understand that. Madam President, and thank you for that. Again, this was brought to my attention, and I'm doing my duty to ask the right questions and see. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions for the administration? To drag it out to 2 a.m. for Mr. Soroso's last meeting? Can I make a motion? Seeing none, there is no further business. This council meeting is adjourned.